Good. Okay, good morning everyone, and welcome to the opening event of this year's Technicians Festival. This is kicking the bench. Welcome to everyone in the room, welcome to everyone that's listening online. To those of you in the room, we're not going to do anything now, but when you've had a lovely cup of coffee at Eleven's, move forward. This is starting to feel like a first-year undergraduate lecture with everyone trying to be as far away from me as possible. The speakers are not scary on this. I'm Tim Venables. I'm, amongst many other jobs, I'm the institutional lead on the Technicians Commitment. We'll mention a little bit more about the Technicians thing. And I'm mostly your host for today. Others will step up and lead other sessions, but I'm doing the roundup. So, welcome, so we've just done a little bit of housekeeping. We are not expecting a fire alarm today. In case of a fire alarm, exits are mostly located there, but also here. You can proceed out of the front doors of the building and round to the side where the gate is. That will be our assembly point. Hopefully we won't need it. In a few minutes, I'm going to run through today's programme. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the festival, and there's going to be some opportunities for you to tell us about what you think of the event that we're doing today and over the rest of this week, and to get involved in some of our other technician commitment activities. So here's an agenda. I'm already late, so I'm going to keep this reasonably short. I'll then hand over to Alison, who's going to lead us on a session on sustainability. The aforementioned coffee break and move forward. Will be followed by a break from the norm. We normally worry about teaching and about research. We're going to look at some things that precede our teaching activities, our outreach activities, and we're looking at what happens to research when we actually try and take it outside of the laboratory and into real life. Just before lunch, the Provost will join us, and he's got some comments to make to us all. Lunch, very important part of the day. And then in the afternoon, we're going to focus very much on you as people, on career development, which will be led by Sharon, and we're going to celebrate some of the achievements of our colleagues over the past year. All comes to a plan. That should be us done by 4:15. As I said, this is the starting activity of the Technicians Festival. We've described it as a week long. It's really 3 days, but it starts on Tuesday and it ends on Thursday, so that's pretty much most of the week. But there is a programme of activities there, workshops, tours, and the exhibition on Wednesday. So, great to have everyone here today. Let's keep you busy all week. Come and visit us in the college main entrance tomorrow, and we'll be there from 11:30 through till 1:30. Dotted around the room are a couple of bits of paper with a QR code on it. The QR code links you to a feedback form on the conference and the festival. Please help us to make this better next time. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fantastic this time, but please, if you've got ideas to make it even better, that would be great. Just a quick reminder for those of you not familiar as to why we keep talking about the Technician Commitment. The Technician Commitment is a cross-sector initiative looking at emphasising and highlighting and encouraging the fantastic work that our technical community provide within the education sector. Imperial was a founding signatory of the commitment in 2017, and the steering group here focus on 4 key areas of action. Firstly, visibility, making sure that you're seen and recognised. Recognition, part of this being seen and recognised. Career development and sustainability. And in sustainability, we're talking about the sustainability of the skills, the talent pipeline, the sustainability of you as a technical community. Alison will be focusing a little bit more on the more carbon neutral aspects of sustainability on her session following. We've just completed, or we're just evaluating our second action plan, which finished only a couple of weeks ago. And in January, we submit a new action plan to the Technician Commitment Group. And we will need you to help us shape that action plan to make sure that what we think is important is truly reflective of what the community think is important. So we will be announcing activities in the autumn term that will give you all an opportunity to feed into that revised action plan. But if any of you are particularly interested in joining into that, please find any of the people that have been chairing sessions or the people manning the stalls, and they will take down your details and make sure that we do our best to engage you. So on that note, and only slightly late, I'm going to hand over to Alison to take us through our first session.
Thanks very much. Thank you all for coming. It's great to see so many familiar faces and new faces. Okay. Right, we should be good to go. Welcome everybody to the Imperial Festival. So this first session is going to be on sustainability, and I'm really pleased with the speakers that we have. We're going to be looking at how the college is working at a building level, and then we'll be looking at the lab certification schemes that many of you are participating in to improve our lab sustainability. I'm going to focus on the freezers, which is just one piece of equipment, and then we'll be moving on to lab plastics and sustainables with some speakers from Sarstedt. So we're going to go from very big to very small things in the lab and how that all has an impact. So our first speaker is Mark Wilkinson. He's in property division now, property and services. It's changed from estates, as you would know it. Mark comes from the BBC with a sustainability background. He's doing an apprenticeship MBA, focusing on sustainability and net zero, and looking after 141 buildings in 15 locations for the college. So it's a really big estate. So a warm welcome for Mark on the journey to net zero.
Right, thank you, Alison. Thank you for that. So, yeah, as Alison said, I work for the property division. My background is real estate and FM, and I've been working for about 18 months now on a net zero journey. Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge, I have to say, and it's been a bit of a bumpy journey, and it's involved a significant number of staff, both from Imperial and the Arup team. So to give you some kind of context, we've got our carbon emissions here in tonnes, but also to give you a size of the scale of it. So only 21% of our carbon emissions come from the estate. That's from burning gas, using electricity, and 79% come from what we actually do. So that's everything we buy, where we go, what we do, the experiments we carry out. So the estate bit, while really important, and I'm going to talk about that now, is only 21% of that picture. And as Ben will come on to in a minute, it's really important that everybody engages in that if we're going to move towards net zero and meaningfully tackle our carbon emissions and environmental footprint. The net zero plan has been published on our website. That was part of a suite of documents that Harriet Wallace launched as Sustainability Director about a month ago. And I'm happy to talk people through that in more detail after this session today. So how did we go about developing that plan, and what work was involved in it? As Alison alluded to, there's over 131 buildings in the estate. They are large, they're complex, and because of the age of the estate, the asset condition is not greatly known, and a lot of the buildings we don't have the relevant asset information for. So it's a significant challenge. A team from Arup went through all our systems and collected that data and built what they called a data lake, which in the end had to be hosted over in Holland because of the size of it. But that was all our data, whether it be electrical systems, mechanical systems, and facades. And then we validated that data by a team from Arup visiting all 131 properties across the estate, walking through the plant rooms and seeing what was going on. One important element not included was what we actually do within the buildings. So we looked at the vent associated with the laboratories, but not within the actual laboratories. And because we plan to tackle that through the LEAF scheme and My Green Labs, which Ben will cover shortly. So once we'd done that, we looked at what we called interventions. Interventions were things we could meaningfully do to make the estate more sustainable. That could be anything from LED lighting to new facades, through improved ventilation. And as you've probably seen on the news, which is slightly controversial due to the cost, moving away from gas to air or ground source heat pumps, which is obviously the government's published direction of travel around net zero. It was felt really important in Imperial at the time that we understood the cost in full, and we appointed a company called Mortimer Isaacs to establish that cost. So it was not only what we need to do, but when we need to do it, but how much would it really cost? The reason why I say that is because quite clearly we're running experiments and other activities that run across a number of years and can't be stopped. Therefore, it's not like a normal business where you move people out and move them back. We'd have to build round a facility to replace a facade or high temporary boilers to keep the heat on. And that's why Mortimer Isaacs got involved. They've worked with us for about a decade or so on all our major projects. And then finally, we did a bit of scheduling. The reason why we did scheduling was to fully understand how you could meaningfully link all this together, because it's a complex programme of activity. So when you're talking about 131 buildings across a state of our size with lots of complicated things, how do you try and prioritise it? Well, we played around with the Arup team for some time with this, and we came to cost. There was a reason for that, because when you played around with the numbers, we could do 90% of the work for loosely £50 a kilowatt hour of energy intervention. Lots of other universities have asked, was there some kind of science behind that? And there really wasn't. It was just, once you got beyond that spend, you started spending money with very little return or very little benefit. So that's why we picked that threshold. That threshold to do everything that's needed to get to net zero sets us on a course for spending roughly £1 billion over 15 years. And clearly we needed to cap that, and that's what we've done. So sort of things that were too expensive to do were some of the facades and the buildings where you've got significant capital investment for very little payback. So what does our net zero plan look like? This is our carbon emissions from the entire Imperial estate, remembering just scope 1 and 2. Currently, if we did nothing, the government's obviously decarbonising the grid for introducing solar and wind. There's plans to do more of that. So we would just continue along on that dotted line on the top. So there would be a carbon reduction, but it wouldn't necessarily be meaningful. It wouldn't hit a science-based target. So a science-based target is what's deemed by the international community to stop warming, accelerating beyond what it currently is. So that's what would happen. If we did everything we programmed, all the interventions we're talking about, then we would follow the green dotted line going down, and the blue dashed line is the international science-based target for building decarbonisation. So what the international community deem needs to be done to stop global warming above the 1.5 degree temperature rise that people have alluded to. The big changes you see in there are mainly driven by South Kensington. South Kensington's obviously a lot of labs. It's heated through gas-fired combined heat and power units, which generate both electricity and gas. Up until about the last 5 years, that was seen as good technology to reduce carbon emissions. It saves us a significant amount of money, but it also burns a significant amount of gas. So the plan is to start phasing those units out as they come to their midlife refurbishment, which is approximately 5 years away. So in terms of a timeline for what's going on, and I'll go through this a bit more detail, so this is the actual study, but I'll go through what that means in practice. We've grouped, mainly for financial and management reasons, what we're doing into 3 5-year chunks. There's an early win phase, which is the logical stuff to do, the stuff that makes business sense, so that's LED upgrades, solar panels, and energy efficiency. We're then moving into a more complicated phase, which needs detailed planning, which is upgrading air handling units, upgrading the efficiency of buildings. And then there's a final phase, which involves transformational type projects, which is significant upgrades of buildings. What that looks like is just been decided now. I understand Allies and Morrison have been appointed to do a master plan of South Kensington, and that will dovetail into what the future estate looks like and where we focus our investment. But the really important bit of all of this is obviously net zero, decarbonisation. Sustainability doesn't stand in isolation, and therefore there's a whole load of stuff we have to consider within this, which includes all the sort of stuff that's currently topical in the news: biodiversity, climate adaptation, scope 3 emissions, so what we're buying, what we're procuring, comfort and well-being. So there's a whole range of stuff that should be considered that we didn't consider within the original strategy, but as we take projects forward, will be considered. So what have we done? So it will look like a bit of a recap of what I've just covered, but it's important because I want to bring it to life and give some examples. So as people probably know, because we've had a few challenges over the last year, we've invested £45 million in removing steam from South Kensington. That's involved installing 3 new low-temperature hot water boilers. They are gas-fired, but they're incredibly efficient. You can see the size of it because there's a guy there standing next to it. They are huge boilers. They're each 10 megawatts each, and that will significantly reduce carbon emissions going forward, and it should improve the comfort of the building. So in conjunction with that, all the air handling units across the campus have had to have new heat exchangers installed, or heating coils they're called. So it should improve the occupants' comfort within those buildings as we go forward. There has been some challenges, as I say, and that will enable all of the waste heat from the heat engines in South Kensington to be recovered through those 2 boilers. So it will make it significantly more efficient. In terms of what the journey on the ground looks like, what people will see, at the moment we're focusing on, in the first 5 years, LED lighting upgrades, solar PV, and looking at our building controls. We've completed 2 building control audits which have identified significant savings through enhancing the way the buildings work. And we have 2 pilot LED lighting projects underway where we're going to retrofit 2 buildings in their entirety with LED, and they will have modern controls installed for daylight harvesting and other factors which prevent the space being overlit, which obviously saves energy but also means it's better for people's people working in those offices. We are going to invest in solar PV as well. The focus of that is Silwood because it's A, easier to do, but B, the impact is more meaningful. We estimate we can generate about 13% of the power needed at Silwood through good quality solar PV. As we move on, we've called it a hybrid phase where we're going to start investing in heat pumps. There's already been a trial in the gardens here at South Kent where we drilled a borehole. That was done some time ago. It is estimated that from ground source heat we could get a significant proportion of our energy or heat energy in South Kensington, and then the remainder topped up through air source. The biggest challenge is obviously available power because of the location. And then as we move on, as I said, the final phase would be significant building upgrades, and part of that is thinking where people work and how they work, because quite clearly if you move people doing similar functions together, you can make the buildings work significantly more efficiently, but that takes a number of years to achieve, and currently there's no spare space to move people around to do that. So that's our 3-5-year chunks. Over the next 5 years, we're targeting 25% reduction in energy use and associated carbon emissions. That work has started. As I say, we invested 45 million in de-steaming. We've currently invested about 2.5 million in solar and LED, and that's going to continue at an enhanced rate over the next 5 years. So just to reiterate what those first 5 years look like, there will be a planned transformational upgrade of Sherfield to make it a student-facing building. As part of that, it will be focused on being a sustainable building. I can't tell you what that will be because it's still in design, but it will be significantly different from what we know today. We're targeting 13 buildings for fabric improvement. We plan to install solar panels across 31 buildings, and we plan to start testing installing air source heat pumps, probably at Silver, but we don't know yet, and also at Hammersmith. And the rest of it is energy reduction, and that's what Ben's going to focus on in some detail. And as a result of all of that, we're going to invest between roughly £300 million, which will reduce our carbon emissions by 13,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent. And what does the first year, 2 years look like? The bulk of that is really focusing on LED, really focusing on energy reduction, and really focusing on staff engagement through things such as LEAF. And then finally, just to wrap up, what does it actually look like? Flowers is the first building where we're converting it to all LED. It's over 1,000 lights, 69% are being retrofitted, so that means we're keeping the existing light fittings, we're just taking out the fluorescent tubes and retrofitting it with LED lighting gear. To save money for Imperial, we've bought them directly from Zumtobel, the lighting supplier, and that means we don't need any maintenance for the next 10 years, and it will significantly reduce energy within that building. And to give you an idea of the scale of the work involved, there is about a month's worth of work with 6 electricians working through the night to do the work, with the supervisors to keep them on track and avoid any interruption to what we're doing within the building. So it is a significant piece of work, and the lead time to buy that volume of LED lights has been about 3 months. So it's taken a significant amount of time. So that's what I wanted to say, really, to give you a flavour of our net zero programme, what we're doing, how we're doing it, and then give you an example of the work we're actually doing on the ground. We're hoping that work, the lights have already been delivered and the work should start on the 15th of July and proceed at pace then through to the end of the financial year. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mark? Maybe I can ask the first one then. How many people in estates are involved in all of this? Because it's a huge project across so many buildings. What does the team look like?
That's a good question. I had to write it down just because there's so many people. So it has, from just the plan alone, has taken the best part of a year. There was myself full-time working on it, supported by 3 other staff within the Imperial team. I was counting them up. There's at least 30 people at the consultants Arup have helped us over the year, along with all of our engineering resource at Imperial. And then going forward, as I've alluded to, there's a significant number of staff involved and at least 2 of our PM team within Imperial as well. So, yeah, there is a lot of people and a lot of data.
That's great. We've got people online, so we just got a microphone coming down to Katerina.
what about windows? I mean, particularly all the buildings like the ISM and so on. So there is an awful lot of energy kind of flowing literally out into the air. Have you looked at that? Replacing windows, making them double glazed or and so on?
Yeah, so there was a significant amount of, we've given it the rather unsexy title of facade surveys, but there was a significant amount of facade surveys looking at all the constituent parts of the building, including the roof, the walls, the windows. There is a lot, obviously, of single glazed buildings. A lot of the facades or windows are at end of life. And there were some anomalies in it where believe it or not, the cost of the replacement outweighed the energy saving. Sherfield was the best example of that, where the cost of upgrading that building far exceeded the energy savings over the remaining life of it. However, it has been decided to try and proceed with all of those changes. The only caveat I'll give it is Patrick Marsh, who's the Chief Property Officer, wants to do a integrated master plan for South Kensington, which has delayed things. Well, not delayed things, but he wants to make sure that it all makes sense. So the buildings we upgrade, the facades, chemistry being a good example, we are going to keep as they are in the long term, so the investment is the best investment, if that makes sense. Because some of the buildings, due to the nature of the use, the facade upgrade will have limited benefit. It might make it better for occupants, but the actual energy saving might not be huge, if that makes sense. But there are other reasons, such as health and safety, where we might want to do it. So I think if you look at the plan, they're all planned to be done, but it's prioritisation. And just, to manage expectations, there are no plans within the next 2 years to do any facade work.
Any more questions? I have one more. Obviously, our Scope 3 is our biggest footprint. What reduction would we need to have in energy in the labs to be able to use the heat pumps?
So, that is quite a good question and quite a challenging question. So there is a need to reduce all emissions and reduce energy use from labs for a whole range of reasons. In itself, it will not free up enough spare capacity to move away from gas just because of the scale of the challenge. But it is a very important element of it, because if we can meaningfully reduce energy use, particularly heat, through avoiding wasted heat through the buildings, then it allows us to move more quickly using the spare electrical capacity in South Kensington. But it needs to be recognised that I think I won't go back in the slides, but you can see the size of the gas boilers. They're huge. There's 3 10-megawatt gas boilers on the campus. We do need to reduce that energy use, and labs are a really important part of that. But there will be a need to install additional electricity capacity into South Kensington, and obviously that is particularly challenging because we have to dig in a direction to do that. And that won't be that light. So anything we can do is really, really important. And there are wider benefits as well, obviously, in terms of cash saving and particularly in the Scope 3, it's the wider sustainability value of meaningfully reducing that.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mark. Mark, a round of applause, please. So our second speaker is Ben Gray. Many of you will have already met him doing your Leaf and Green impact schemes, and he's made a huge impact since he arrived in the college last August. Ben comes from industry. He was at Procter & Gamble for 4 years. He's an analytical scientist with a chemistry degree, so really understands that side of laboratories. And he'll be talking to us about I'll let you talk about Sustainable Labs at Imperial. Thank you, Ben.
Lovely. Ooh, wow. I usually talk quite loud. I'm not usually trusted with a microphone, to be honest. So, hello everyone. I do recognise quite a few friendly faces, so that's nice to see as well. And yeah, thank you, Alison, very much for that lovely introduction. So, there's going to be a bit of a quiz throughout this section, because I like a quiz. But there's also going to be a prize for who wins the quiz. Can I get a little ooh? Yeah, nice. So, we were going to use Mentimeter, but that didn't work for us today. So it's going to be very old-fashioned. I'm going to trust you to tell me the truth. So, we're going to start with the first question, building on a bit from what Mark spoke about, on energy of our buildings. So we're in Blackett Lab today, and how much energy do we actually think this building uses in a day? Now, I know you're not going to know in kilowatt hours, because I wouldn't have a clue either. So we're going in the equivalent number of UK homes, and this is 2 to 3 bedroom homes. So, do we think it's A, 135, B, 1,350, or C, 13,500? Okay, let's go a show of hands. So, who thinks A? One hand for A. Who thinks B? And who thinks C? Most of you are right. The answer is B. So, my point of this is it's quite a lot, right? It really is quite a lot. And a big reason why Blackett labs especially will be intensive is because of the lab spaces that we have in this building. So for Imperial to be Imperial, we need to do research. It's what makes this place so great and so successful. And the labs are a big, big part of that. So it's an important part to, advance society, but it is very energy and resource intensive. It's estimated actually that labs are responsible for 2% of global plastic waste and use 3 to 10 times more energy than a typical office. I don't like to talk doom and gloom though, I like to talk positive. So fume cupboards themselves, so a single fume cupboard can actually use as much as 3.5 houses worth every day. So in that 1,350, you can think, there's a few fume cupboards in here. So that's 3.5 houses a day. But by closing the sashes, we can get a 30% saving. So just a simple, probably quite a good thing to do safety-wise as well, can have a really major impact. ULT freezers, so most of them are probably set at -80 degrees. Each of those use as much energy as a single house. But by warming them up to -70, again, that rewards us with a 30% saving. And these are just 2 highlights. There's even more things with fume cupboards and with ULT freezers that we can do to make those savings. So, I'm going to ask you all to stand up if you are able to, please, just for a fun little interactive bit. This isn't part of the quiz, so don't worry, there's nothing to get wrong or right here. So, could you please stay standing if you work in or are associated with a lab? Okay. I was hoping a good percentage would stay up, so that's good. How many of you have heard of Leaf or My Green Lab? So stay standing if you've heard of it. Okay, good. You'll hear a bit more about it soon. Stay standing if you actually know what Leaf or My Green Lab is. So you might have heard, Mark or Alison say, Leaf, My Green Lab. Who actually knows what it is? Okay, a few more. And who works in a lab with a Leaf or My Green Lab award? Okay. So, firstly, congratulations to those still standing. It's nice to see that there are people in here today who have awards all the way from the back to the front. So, you may all sit down. Thank you very much. So, I can answer 2 of those questions for you straight away. So, Alison will be talking a bit more about My Green Lab, but I'll talk what LEAF is in particular. So LEAF stands for Laboratory Efficiency Assessment Framework, and it is essentially an online tool which you can use, which gives you actions across energy, waste, water, purchasing. I mean, I'm not going to go through all 10, but they're all there. It covers everything that you could do in a lab and provides you a framework of what you can do to reduce your carbon emissions, to reduce cost in the lab as well. And you can see over here on the left-hand side, so there's 16 actions towards getting a bronze award. and then there's 17 towards a silver and 15 towards a gold. So depending on which actions you take, you can get one of those awards. And as I'm sure you can imagine, they build throughout. So there are some in bronze which talk about closing fume cupboard sashes, but this is more having signage and teaching people about it. Silver is delivering on that. So you're saying that your fume cupboards are open less than 10% of the time. And gold talks about a more intense thing, which I won't go into detail. There's also calculators within LEAF. So on this bottom right-hand corner, you can see that there's calculators on waste, fume cupboards, ULTs, fridges, and these can help calculate what savings we are making as part of the actions that we take. So you come away from your bronze award and you don't just go, oh, I've got a nice certificate. You can say the amount of tons of carbon that you've saved and the amount of energy that's been saved as well. And some of our awards save up to 28 tons of CO2, which has amounted to about £20,000 in energy saving as well. So, has anybody here heard of the Concord Act, which recently been signed and released? A few hands. So, I won't go into detail, but this new Concord Act for the environmental sustainability of research and innovation practice is essentially talking about how we do our research in a more sustainable way. So this was actually written up by lots of universities across the UK and lots of funding bodies. And one part within that talks about organisations following who are able to, in a lab space, LEAF or My Green Lab or ISO standards. And very recently, Imperial signed up to this, so you can see just in May, just gone, being one of the first universities that, since this has been published, to say, yeah, we want to commit ourselves to this. One thing I will touch on as well with the Concord Act, although I'm going to talk the LEAF and My Green Lab stuff, it's also a lot of commitment for some of the stuff that Mark's spoken about with net zero buildings, but also our travel and procurement and lots of things. But in detail, as part of signing this, a couple of the funding bodies have actually come out and spoken and changed their policies for how they want people to apply for their grants. So Cancer Research UK and Wellcome in particular have both said that from 2026 or by the end of 2025, they want to see LEAF or My Green Lab certification for their labs to, I believe they differ between the two, but to a bronze or silver level. So it's not just me standing here and saying that it's a good thing to do. It's something which our funding bodies are very keen that we're engaging with as well. So you can take a bit of a break from me. I'd love to introduce Susanna, who is one of our members of the crowd today. She has actually got a bronze award for the Structures Lab in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department, and I'm very happy to pass over to you to talk a bit about your award.
Yes, thank you, Ben.
Oh, sorry, I realised we don't have a mic. Could we... Lovely, thank you.
Hi, I'm Susanna. I work in the Structures Lab in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department. I'm a technician. I'm also now a Sustainability Manager for the department. And yeah, as Ben said, we recently got the Bronze Award for LEAF program. So when I first heard about LEAF, I really thought that this is only for like wet labs, for chemical labs, which is not ours, as you can see. This is engineering lab. We are testing structures. Those are very big machines. We using mostly custom-made testing rigs. We also have two workshops, wood workshop and metal workshop. So it's not really like the chemical lab. But I checked how the criteria can be like applied to our lab. And actually around 80 to 90% was applicable. So I started talking with Ben, how can we get into that? And yeah, it turns out that there are still possibilities to achieve the LEAF to the engineering lab. I heard that Leaf is also developing the version for workshops strictly, but I think it's still coming. But if you're working in engineering lab, you can also take part in Leaf. There are no deadlines. This is like a rolling program for all years. So you can sign up at any point. We are also happy to support you and your application. It's not very difficult. I mean, it depends probably on your team and what you currently have in the lab. We had a few changes to make to achieve that award, which I can show you. The biggest changes that we made was connected with waste management. So before we only had a general waste bin, the black one, as we didn't have any food and drink in the lab anyway, so people thought that we don't need really recycling one. But turns out that sometimes we're getting delivery, there is a small carton box and it was landing in the general waste bin while it can be successfully recycled. So we thought, why don't we have a green bin as well? We are separating the metal from other waste as well, because we have a lot of metal waste. And we've been doing it for years, but it wasn't like communicated that much. So now we improved signage and sustainability induction for the new lab users. So now everyone knows where is that bin, and we are emptying it like once a month. We are cooperating with the people who are recycling that metal. So yeah, that was from waste management. Also about the small desk bins. That is a photo of the plastic bags that have been, empty plastic bags, that have been removed from 8 rooms in our department. As there is a college-wide initiative, Bin the Bin. At the beginning, I didn't know really what's going on with it and why this is bad, why we have to remove the small dustbins, because everyone is using them and they are quite easy. You don't have to get up to go to the bin. But actually, this is a general waste stream. So people are throwing there also things that can be successfully recycled. Plus, there is a huge plastic waste connected with the plastic bags. So cleaners are emptying it once, twice a week, and it's also extra work for them. So now there is that college-wide initiative to encourage us to remove the small bins. So we also did that in the lab and in our office. And yeah, you can see how much plastic is it, and that is being thrown away twice or 3 times a week. A big part of Live is also communication and engagement. So we created that platform on Viva Engage Sustainability in Scampton. That was also a part of our Green Impact team. Yeah, I think Ben will talk about Green Impact more. We also have a team for the whole department. Currently, we are ranked 4th out of 27 teams of Imperial. So we're quite happy about that, but we are still trying to get to top 3. So yeah, about this communication, we're trying to get to talk about sustainability more during departmental assemblies, during our newsletters. Yeah, and also at this platform where you can comment, you can give feedback and suggest some changes or report any issues with sustainability. So yeah, that was about Live. And we also did other initiative. We called it Greening Scampton. It wasn't part of the Green Impact of the Live, but it was one action in Green Impact program to get more plants in your office spaces. So we thought that why not to try it? We have a green space in a 2nd floor with the very big plants, which were actually too big, and one of them was starting collapsing. So we thought with our other technicians from Structures Lab that maybe we can prune it. So we cut that big plant, we put it in the water, it grown roots after around 1 month, and we organized plant giveaway. So it was quite successful in our department. We gifted 19 plants, and people are still interested in having more plants in the office spaces. So now we got a small budget for that, and we will be growing more plants soon. So yeah, I think that's it from my side. I can give it back to Ben. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susanna. That was really great. And I think it actually does highlight a point that Leaf and My Green Lab, they are very much designed for wet lab spaces. Both programs, as Alison will talk a bit more about My Green Lab as well, are in this development stage of building it for workshops, building it for dry labs, and there's some computational lab stuff that's recently come live as well. So please feel free in the coffee break to come and talk to me if your lab space is a bit different. Happy to talk and discuss. So, how to get involved? So basically you can ask me and you can get yourself involved. So this is the email contact that you can get for me, so lab-sustainability@imperial.ac.uk. But we also have a Sustainable Labs webpage on the Imperial site, and on there you can find a user guide for Leaf. You can find more details about Leaf and My Green Lab. There's some videos of some conferences as well on there. On there you'll also see a quarterly report which breaks down our engagement across all the different faculties and all of the savings that we've made within each quarter. So I believe, and you can check the report to check if I'm right, but during the last quarter, so within 3 months, we saved 129 tonnes of CO2 just as part of our Lab Initiative Award. So there really is some big savings to be made. You'll also find on there a way to sign up for our Lab Kit Fund. So last year we had a budget which we were able to give to labs for energy saving equipment generally, but actually there's been savings for plastic and water and lots of great things that you can spend some money with basically. We've doubled the budget for this year, so you can apply on there, and yeah, I look forward to seeing some applications hopefully in this year. And we also have an awards ceremony for all Leaf labs coming up, hopefully in November 24, which we will combine with Green Impact. Just to very briefly touch on Green Impact as well, I wanted to mainly focus on the labs, but Green Impact is essentially Leaf, but for an office space. So there is 91 actions in total that you can take as a team, as a department, all things sustainability, again, on travel, water, energy, waste. So another great way if you're not working in a lab to get involved and make a difference. And the last thing I really wanted to point out was that it is a really good time to get involved with Leaf. So this is our engagement statistics over since Leaf started back in September 21. And you can see within the last few months especially, it has really, really spiked. So it's a great way to get involved, great way to have, to do something about sustainability at Imperial. And yeah, the last thing is to finish off this quiz. So this is where I don't move to Menti, but I move to my Word document to remind me what all the questions were. So my first question, and I'll have to repeat this a few times, I'm sure. So, what does LEAF stand for? L-E-A-F. Does it stand for A, Laboratory Efficiency Assessment Framework, B, Laboratory Energy Assessment Framework, C, Lab Energy Associated Franchise, or D, Laboratory Everybody Assesses Framework? I got a bit stuck at the end, I must say, which isn't meant to give a clue of what it is. So that is A, Lab Efficiency Assessment Framework, B, Lab Energy Assessment Framework, C, Lab Energy Associated Franchise, or D, Lab Everybody Assesses Framework. So, who thinks it's A? Who thinks it's B? Who thinks it's C? And who thinks it's D? So the correct answer is A. So most of you got that right, so congratulations. Make sure you're totting up your numbers, because I will ask at the end who's got 6. So number 2, and now I'm going into Mark's section a bit now as well, there's a bit of overlap. When does Imperial target to have a net zero campus? So what year? There isn't a multiple choice here, because I hope that you've all got a good idea. Anybody want to shout out? Yes, 2040, congratulations. Number 3, so going back to Leaf and My Green Lab and focusing on the Concord Act, which funding bodies have released policies requiring Leaf or My Green Lab? Now, there are 2 of the 3 answers are correct. There's only one that is wrong. So if you answer either of them, or if you answer both, you can get 2 points, in fact. So, is it A, Welcome, B, UKRI, or C, Cancer Research UK? So which funding bodies have released policies requiring Leaf or My Green Lab? Welcome, UKRI, and Cancer Research. So, who thinks Welcome? Okay, who thinks UKRI? And who thinks Cancer Research? Okay, so the answers are Welcome, A, and Cancer Research UK, C. So just to build on that, UKRI are one of the signatories of the Concord Act, so it's very much a priority to them. At this point, I went to a conference with them recently and they said, we can't guarantee in the future, but at this point, it's not something that they're requiring in their policy. Number 4, I'll tell you what, I'm going to skip to this slide so that you don't see the answer to one of my questions. Number 4, what is the first building to receive LED upgrades? Is it A, SAF, B, Flowers, C, Bessemer, or D, ICTEM? So which is the first building to receive the LED upgrades as part of Mark's presentation? SAF, Flowers, Bessemer, or ICTEM? So, hands up for A, hands up for B, hands up for C, and hands up for D. Oh, I don't know how we're going to split these chocolates. Yes, the answer is B, Flowers. And the final question, which I hope might divide the crowd a bit more. What is the lab's sustainability contact information? So I'm wondering how many of you wrote my email down to remember it. So, is it A, sustainablelabs@imperial.ac.uk? Is it B, lab-sustainability@imperial.ac.uk? Is it C, sustlabsimperial@imperial.ac.uk? Or is it D, labgreen@imperial.ac.uk? So I'll just run through those again. A, sustainable labs. B, lab-sustainability. C, sustlabsimperial. Or D, labgreen. So, who thinks it's A? Who thinks it's B? Who thinks it's C? And who thinks it's D? Right, well, you're all very good. It's B, lab-sustainability. I'm glad that you were paying attention. So, I really don't know how we're going to divide these chocolates. I was hoping the Mentimeter with the time would help me out. So, did anyone get out of 7 in total? So I'm doing 2 for the funding bodies now and the 1 earlier on. Anyone get 1? Actually, everybody put their hands up because we all got 1. Put your hands up if you got 2, or hands down if you got 2. Hands down if 3, hands down if 4, hands down if 5. Ooh. Hands down if 6, hands down if you got all... No, keep your hands up if you've got all 7. So, congratulations. There might be about 12 of you there, and we've got 12 little chocolates, so I can divide it between each of you. You can have a little one. So, yeah, thank you very much. That was really nice to talk to you guys today.
Just got time for a quick question for Ben, if anyone has a quick question. If not, I'll ask you a quick question. How long is it taking labs on average from coming to speak to you about signing up to getting through the certification? I think people are worried about how long does that take?
Yeah, absolutely. So it does change lab to lab, first of all, because I think some are much more ready, some are aiming straight for gold, some for silver, some for bronze. The people who come to me for bronze are usually within a month, I would say, from coming to talk to me. They're already applying for the bronze and achieving the bronze. The gold and the silver does take more work and more effort, but I would really suggest for anybody, trying to touch their toes and see what it is, go for the bronze, learn it, understand the system, and there's a lot of it. I think people are quite surprised when they look at the criteria, how much they're already doing as part of bronze, because there's some very basic things in there, and then a few bits of signage, bits of communication, bits of embedding it into an induction, which usually don't take too much time or effort. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much,
Cool.
Ben. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
So next up is me, so I'll introduce myself. I was Technical Operations Manager in Life Sciences, and I'm currently seconded as the Laboratory Resource Efficiency Advisor to the Sustainability Hub. I've been a career technician all of my life, started as a junior technician and have worked up, so I've always been a technician. And I'm going to follow on, it's a hard act to follow, Ben, but we'll do Sustainable Labs Part 2. So just going back to what Mark was talking about, our carbon footprint, 79% of our carbon footprint are the computers that we buy, the travel that gets done, and all the things that we buy to do the research and teaching and innovation in our labs. So 190,000 tonnes of CO2. So what does that look like? It's a big figure. Yes, and just to say as well, we've got all of our policies are on the sustainability website. So again, procurement and travel, we've got guidelines on there. If you're travelling, we're trying to encourage people to take the train if they're going to conferences, especially if you're going to France or Belgium. And we've got help if you're doing procurement, just to give you some guidelines of what to do. So all of those purchases add up to that 190,000 tonnes. So what does 1 tonne of CO2 even look like? Because it's 240,000 tonnes for the college every year. That was the 22-23 figure. So what does it look like? It's basically, think of it as a hot air balloon, just to give you some context. And before we talk about the labs and the lab footprints and the lab carbon, I invite you to scan the QR code on here and work out what your own personal footprint is. So there's a carbon footprint calculator. So it's about the size of house you have, the sort of diet you have, how you travel, how many big long distance holidays that you have. So I'll let you fill that in while I go through the rest of the slides. So if you've been to New Zealand on holiday, you're likely to have a very big carbon footprint because your flight travel is one of the largest things. And we'll have a quick check at the end and just see what everyone's carbon footprints are. So it's just to put it into context of what your carbon footprint is at home and how that relates to what you're doing at work at the college. Oh, no. I tried it the other day and it worked fine. There is, if you have a look at the URL at the bottom, so it's ecotricity.co.uk carbon footprint calculator /energy/home electricity supply. I'll just leave it up for a moment longer. Have you got any joy logging in? Or shall I just move on? I mean, the average person, it's about 13 tonnes on average. Grand. So Ben has talked about the LEAF programme, and I'll talk a bit more about the My Green Lab certification. So they're both frameworks to help you in your lab sustainability journey. So it just directs you to the things that need to be done in the labs. The My Green Lab is a bit more geared towards, in life sciences, we do lots of field work. We send people to Galapagos Islands, or they're in rainforests in Brazil or Malaysia. So there's a big travel element and a lot of field work. And that particular programme suits that. Suits it better. There are different levels for that. It goes all the way up to green if you want to be really ultra green. And there is the 3 for the LEAF. So My Green Lab are bringing out a different version. They're bringing a web-based app out, and 2 labs at Imperial have taken part in that. So Angus Pedersen in chemical engineering, so quite different. And we've got Carlos Inakalki in the life sciences lab doing malaria work. And it just shows you what the dashboard looks like, and it just gives you an indication of what everybody in the lab thinks about sustainability, so you sort of know where everybody is on the journey, and then it gives you some direction in what you might need to look at. So for this one, it's in green chemistry and biology, needs a bit of attention. So it shows you the areas that you're not so hot on. And then it comes back, you do a baseline survey, and it gives you information about what your current status is, and that guides you on your journey about what things to tackle next. So the sustainability culture here needs a bit of attention. People weren't so knowledgeable about all of that, the green chemistry. And then for the equipment, cold storage and vacuum pumps. There's lots of different vacuum pump usage in ChemEng. And in My Green Lab, for the life sciences, they do malaria work. So they're working with lots of mosquitoes, so very different work. And again, the green chemistry wasn't so... They do use solvents in there, but not so much, and they hadn't realised that they weren't addressing that in their lab. Many of the things that they were doing in the lab, they just hadn't documented, so they're already doing quite a lot of sustainable practices, but they just hadn't documented it in some way, so it just needed a quick A4 document to put together as part of their inductions to tick the boxes for the certification. And one of the other things for them was use of water and plug load efficiencies. That lab switches lots of their equipment off at the end of the day, but it was something that they hadn't registered, and it just showed there clearly that they weren't doing it, but they were really easy to sort of rectify it. The other big ticket items were the fume hoods. They use the fume hoods, and they've got lots of cold storage, and they hadn't really focused on that. So it just directs you in what things you need to be concentrating on to get your certification. So this web-based app will be launching in October, and they've reduced it down from 150 questions to about 50, so it makes it easier for you to fill in. So in both labs, we're looking at cold storage, how we store our samples, and probably freezers are one of the most common items across all of the 3 faculties. And also in Central Biomedical Service as well, we need to keep things at the right temperature for the experiments that we do. And as Ben mentioned before, a -80 can take as much as a house. An energy inefficient -80 freezer in life sciences was 24 kilowatt hours, and Danny Peckham here was one of the people who measured it. The group was so disgusted at how much energy it was taking, because in today's energy prices, that was about £3,500. They bought a new energy-efficient freezer, run it at -70, and it was about £1,100. So it's a huge difference. We've got 566 fridges and freezers in life sciences, so you can see how those costs can really multiply. And I think as well, we appreciate in the clinical labs, you have to keep everything at -80 because that's what's required for the clinical trial. So we know that's not possible in any of the labs. I think we've got about 9 of our freezers in life sciences at -70, but we've got about 60 altogether. So it's a slow process to get people to change that over. And it's the carbon footprint of all of the freezers as well. So we've taken part in the My Green Lab Freezer Challenge for the first time this year, and we're going to see how much energy and carbon we've saved by taking part in all of that. And the Freezer Challenge just gives you a framework again for good practice, so good management practices, temperature tuning, and retirements and upgrades. I've had lots of freezers in the lab where nobody knew what the contents were, and because we work with pathogens and toxins and GMOs, we had to autoclave the entire contents of the freezer so that it could go out safely. So one of the main things for the freezers is defrost them regularly, so at least every 6 months, or once a year if it's a more archive freezer where you've got long-term samples, and just de-icing it once a month. The door seals, when you open the door of that freezer, it's about 25 degrees in the lab, and the freezer's -80, so any humidity in the air is just going to frost out on there, and they can get iced up, especially if you've got multiple users in that freezer. So just actually having a simple de-ice once a month to keep the door seals free makes a big difference. There's lots of dust can accumulate on the -80s. That affects how the compressor runs, and again takes a lot more energy. Knowing what you've got in your freezer is a really big, so there's lots of points on the freezer challenge for having a sample inventory, and that's much more tricky in some labs than others. In life sciences, we've got oak leaves, bits of Drosophila, lots of different tubes and with rat brains in or something like that, so they're not regular samples, but having everything nicely packed can really massively increase the amount of samples that you can keep in your freezers. And having some sort of lab exit pro forma so that when students leave, you've got some means of disposing of the samples. Again, we talked about the -80 temperatures, and there's lots of different kits now. Companies are becoming aware of what cold storage costs are. So are the kits that you're using, can you get another kit from another company that's similar, and you could use it at -20 instead of -70, or from -20 to 4 degrees, or 4 degrees to room temperature. There are lots of different papers now at room temperature that you can put your plasmids on, but it's not a popular technique. But compared to having £3,500 for a freezer a year or free at room temperature on a paper, it's a big difference in the costs. So Danny and I we did the life sciences. It's £177,000 a year for the cost of all of our freezers. And when energy was at 53 pence, it was £238,000 every year to keep our samples cold. If you've got really old freezers, consider getting them retired or upgraded. There's the lab kit fund that Ben mentioned, or put it on your grant applications to get your freezers changed over. 9 departments took part, and I've got the names of everybody who took part in the freezer challenge here. Thank you very much for all of your contributions to that. And before we give the results of what the freezer challenge are, I just would like you to give them all a round of applause because they did a huge amount of work, short notice. So as you can see, every faculty took part, as well as the Central Biomedical Services. And I know there are other labs who are keen to take part for next year. Again, that would be great. It starts in August. You can count anything from August through to January, and it launches officially next January. But before I give the results, just to remind you, bear in mind what 1 tonne of CO2 looks like. It's about a hot air balloon. So this is the result. We saved 283,842 kilowatt hours and saved about £76,000 because people defrosted their freezers, got rid of all freezers that were inefficient, de-iced them, got rid of samples. And that's 58 tonnes of CO2. So this was a recent balloon race over London, so there's 36 balloons on there, so fill in a few more to show what 58 looks like. But it's a huge amount of CO2 saved. And just to show you a balloon race in Albuquerque, so you think 14,000 tonnes for the scope 1, 37,000 for scope 2, and 190,000 for your scope 3. That's a lot of hot air balloons. So if you can think of it like that, it's a huge amount to save. So please sign up to a lab scheme. You can do My Green Labs or LEAF. And if you're office-based, Green Impact, there are going to be some computing certifications coming through soon. I think the Software Sustainability Institute. So data is a huge impact. Get your office signed up to Green Impact. If you've got an education office or an admin team, go back and speak to them to see if they're signed up. Think about when you're putting grant applications in, the sort of equipment that you're buying. Does it have energy efficiency? Is it insulated? We made a big difference in the autoclaves in life sciences. The room used to be like a sauna, and we asked for insulation on all the pipe work and all of the equipment, and made a massive reduction in then extracting that heat out of the building. So is it insulated? Does it have a standby option? Can you switch it off overnight easily? Try and become a sustainability champion. We've got a sustainability network where there's regular updates on Teams. Think about how you're travelling and what you're buying. And if you're doing a capital project for a lab refurbishment, think about the equipment that you're putting into that before you buy it. Water metering, the insulation, talk to your building teams and building managers and speak to the manufacturers about what the saving, energy saving things that they've got. They quite often don't want to tell you what that is because they think it might compromise the tender. So ask them, does it have a standby? Can you insulate it? Can we reduce the water? And if you want to learn a little bit more, there are some free online modules, the My Green Lab Ambassador programme on energy, water and waste to give you a bit more information. We've got lots of resources on our sustainability website. You can contact us at the Lab Sustainability email address or contact Ben and myself directly. We've also got a newsletter, and I think lots of you might already have your pictures and stories in there of all the great work that you've been doing with your LEAF sign-ups. We've got bronze, silver and gold awards in the college already, and we're getting much more take-up. That's great. Thank you. Any quick questions at all before we move on? Yeah, Joel?
So, Alison, thank you very much. Just wondering, the one thing that hasn't really been mentioned a lot.
Can't hear you,
Oh,
Joel.
hello?
Yeah.
That's better. Sorry, thank you for the talk. One thing that hasn't really been put home a lot is the cooperation of the researchers that we are all technical family here, and obviously the researchers are the people doing the work. It's getting the researchers on board as well as your technical staff, which is the real factor that makes things work. If they're not on board, it makes life a lot harder. So that should be the emphasis of making sure that it's not just the technical people that are looking to save energy and be more efficient. It's down to the researchers who really are the end users of that. So that must be put home, that message. Thank you.
Yeah, so with the concordats, the onus will be on the researchers because they're not going to be able to apply for grant funding if they don't have certification. So, and that will come into place, I think welcome is by the end of 2025. They have to have bronze certification, so by the end of next year. And then CRUK wants silver by 2026. I would imagine UKRI will follow. Obviously for engineering labs, it's been more difficult to get certificated. So I think both LEAF and My Green Lab are recognising that the coverage for the engineering labs, it's more difficult. They haven't, it's generally been wet labs. It's been biological, medical labs who have driven this initially, but there's a whole range of other different types of labs that are out there. And both of those schemes are looking to address that. So I think UKRI are not going to ask for all of the councils to say, but they're looking at putting it in the grant application process so that you have to say what it is that you're doing. So it will be down to the PIs and the postdocs about what they put on their grant applications to say what they're doing. So I think when that really hits in is when they're really going to understand. But many of the labs, you're doing quite a lot of sustainability anyway in terms of recycling your lab tips, boxes. We're doing lots of metals recycling. We're doing quite a lot of things already, but both of these schemes give you a framework to say what else you could be doing and gives you measures. So both of them have got carbon and cost calculators in there, so you can measure what the savings are to help you with that journey. So I think, I think it's a lot of technicians have been involved. I've seen some departments, both the academics and the postdocs and the technicians are solidly on their committees going for this. So every faculty's got a sustainability committee, and each department is forming different committees. So if you want to be vocal in your department and speak to your head of department about if it's not moving quickly, this is what's coming. It's going to be on your grant applications. You're going to have to demonstrate how you're saving money. All of the funders are looking at their Scope 3 emissions, and their Scope 3 emission is us. Our Scope 3 emission is our suppliers, all the things that we buy, and we're having a lab sustainability symposium in October, so we're going to have the funders, the suppliers, lab people, and we're going to have the NHS and biopharma, because they're all looking at how we can be more sustainable. So it's a sector-wide initiative So I think, yeah, it's a bit further behind, but we're going to have to move in that direction. It's going to be required. Yeah. Any more quick questions before we move on? Yeah.
So just one thing that I think the two of us don't talk about because it's normal for us is that these scheme costs are covered by our teams. So there isn't a cost to sign up to LEAF, there isn't a cost for your teams to sign up to My Green Lab, that is covered. It's something I forget to say all the time,
yeah.
And people ask me afterwards, so yeah.
That's great, thanks a lot, Ben. So I'm delighted, so we've gone from a building level, we've done the certification schemes, we've looked at particular types of equipment. We're going to look now at sort of more plastic disposable items and how we use them in the lab. It's a huge amount of plastic, as Ben mentioned earlier. So I'm delighted that Badu Jadas and Matthew Yates are here from Starsted. They're going to be available afterwards. They've got a stall as well if you've got more questions to ask them then. And welcome to the session.
Can everyone hear me at the back? Perfect. Yeah, first of all, thank you all for making it out on a rainy summer's morning. And yeah, what essentially Matt and I are here to talk about is give you a bit of an introduction as to what we at Starsted are doing to reduce plastic waste. And we're going to cover a bit about the main lab products that we can offer to reduce your plastic waste on. So the sustainability at Starsted is essentially three tenets to it. So there's our head office. We're based in Germany. We're a German-based company. I'm suddenly very loud now. And then we have our global production, and obviously here in Great Britain, that's what we're doing. So we have an overarching strategy, which is decided in Germany, and then we have multiple sites in the UK and multiple partners that we work with on a global scale in order to kind of implement our plans, implement our strategies, and hopefully, work towards a net zero, carbon emission for Imperial and, pretty much every other client that or every other partner that we work with. So a bit about our local carbon reduction projects. This is essentially a list of things that we've been doing on a local scale, things that we've been working on the ground level with. For example, things like mixed resource, 100% renewable electricity, continuation of waste plastic reuse, recycle schemes. Also, our partners that we work with for our deliveries, they're also ISO certified so that you can rely on our delivery to be sustainable, and also, because when you think of it, with our work, with what we do, is we provide the equipment for your experiments. That takes delivery. There's a lot of lorries, a lot of vans that will be coming, so it's important to consider that our delivery partners are also sort of certified, and we're working towards the same goals with whoever we work with. So again, things that we've seen before. What we are essentially here to talk about is our tip box recycling scheme, or one of the things we're here to talk about is our tip box recycling scheme. Also, there's some other products which Matt will go over as well. One of the key things that we take pride in is approximately 90% of our products are manufactured at our own production sites, which is also based in Germany. Reducing the transport costs, reducing the carbon emissions during transport from the products from Germany to our site in Leicester. And from Leicester, that's distributed out to Imperial in London, all across the UK. This is one of the reviews from one of our customers who was using our tip boxes, or who is part of our tip box recycling program. He works at Caltech, based towards, I think, Wales. But essentially, the important parts are highlighted in green. It's the support that we offer so that the end users, the lab techs, the researchers, you don't have to go too much out of your way to be sustainable and meet your goals, because obviously that's one of the things that people are largely concerned about when you hear a sustainability action plan. The first thought is, you know, what do I have to do, or how does it change my routine? We're here to sort of reassure you on that. You know, there are some things that you would need to do, but it won't take too much of your time and it won't be too much of an effort. What I'll speak a bit about, and obviously we have examples on the store outside, is our recycle and reuse scheme. We're very proud to announce that our block racks are now completely made with recycled pipette tips that are returned to us. This process currently takes place in Germany. In Britain, we use the reuse and recycled tip boxes, and our recycled tip boxes that are sort of filtered to be ones that are fit for purpose. They're made into new products. Approximately 40% of the tip boxes that we get back, they are reused as tip boxes. The rest, they're granulated and they're also made into new products, and that is done at a local level. And I'll now pass over to Matt, who will speak a bit about our blood collection system and how that will hopefully save some plastics as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just to touch on the tips as well, I think the important thing with this is that we're trying to go down the route of reusing rather than recycling. It gives us more of an opportunity to put those products that have already been made, already been through the process, back into the system. But to touch on the blood collection side of things, it might be something that you guys are not too familiar with, not using kind of day to day, but for ourselves at SASA, we're obviously working with the NHS that have got a huge amount of blood collection. And it's really more than anything to kind of highlight that sustainability is very much embedded within our product development that we're trying to move forward with. So this is our blood collection tube, which if you have seen a standard kind of vacuum tube in the system, it does look slightly different. And the main difference is the plunger at the bottom. So ours is a hybrid system, so it gives the ability to aspirate blood, but it also gives you the opportunity to pull that plunger, lock it into position, and create a vacuum at the point of collection, which is really important in how we can make savings. So we've compared our tubes compared to other ones on the markets, as I say, in the standard kind of vacuum, and it's around a 40% reduction in CO2 blood collection per blood collection, sorry. So that's 32% reduction in materials used, so we can get away with thinner plastic, more lightweight plastic, as it shows here as well, less rubber, so our caps slightly higher than what your traditional kind of vacuum tubes are, which allows us to have a much smaller rubber bung within there as well. We use polypropylene plastic, which is much more easier to kind of manufacture, easier to mould, also recycled materials from that as well, compared to PET, which is based there, so it's at 10% saving. From a manufacturing point of view, our estimate of it for the blood collection system is something in the region of 3 to 5 football pitches in size. Now, across the entire top of that manufacturing site, we have solar panels, and that is used for the 100% renewable energy. So we've got a huge facility, self-sufficient, and it gives us a really nice product that we can kind of encompass everything within there as well. So this hopefully provides a little bit more information on what I've just mentioned in terms of the 40%. So again, I appreciate these values might not be something that yourselves are kind of potentially using, but you can see here, if you're looking at kind of 100 all the way up to 1,000 blood collection tubes a day, what that works out into a year, and then the subsequent savings from there. So a huge amount of savings in terms of your kind of material, raw materials used within using the S1 product. That 40% as mentioned, and the CO2 reduction. And we've done it slightly different. Rather than the hot air balloons, we've gone for trees. But all of that information can be shared with you, our calculations for that as well. We've got various different bits of documentation that we can provide. It's very much based with government bodies over in Germany for plastic, and then also the environmental side. So happy to share that, happy to give that information as required. Another element for us as well, though, is we appreciate that we're dealing with plastics. It's often a very difficult product to make sustainable where possible. So a lot of the focus has been based around what else can we do with that product? So the packaging, how we manufacture that, how we use our logistic partners as well to ship that here to the UK, and then subsequently, as Baduja mentioned. So we've been a part of the Valpak scheme. So Valpak is a sustainable organisation based on the packaging side. So as you can see, nearly 70% of our packaging is recovered and recycled back into our systems where possible. Which obviously then helps to reduce the amount of packaging that you see at kind of the bench itself. So with the pipette tip scheme, that's something that was launched about 4 to 5 years ago. We've made changes to our tissue culture flasks. We've put them into Ziploc bags to increase any issues that you might see if there's problems with the product moving during the production process, to maintain real high quality levels of product, but also the sterility side of things as well. So you've got that confidence with using our product day in, day out. Again, small things as well, so that's just changing kind of from styrofoam to cardboard where practically possible, and that's really helped us to reduce the volume of our packaging, making the efficiency on the transportation much, much better as well. So that's been really essential to look at other ways. The nice thing with Starstead is that we are the manufacturer, as we've mentioned. Our head office is based in Germany, subsidiary here in the UK, but we have a very good relationship with the manufacturing side. So if you guys have ideas, thoughts, on how we can make changes, then we're more than happy to kind of listen to those, feed that back. We've had some work done on various different products over in the past. We've got the ability, as I say, because we're that manufacturer, to make those subsequent changes and hopefully make things much more sustainable as well. So just to summarise, as Paduja mentioned, we've got that local level really from that global sustainability from our colleagues over in Germany. We're here to help you achieve your green goals through your LEAF, your My Green Lab. We're happy to support and provide information that might push you from bronze up to your gold. We're really, really important, as I mentioned, with the feedback from our customers. And then just to touch on the tips, it's that 70% saving from our previous products to the new product range that we've launched. The recycling schemes available to yourselves within the labs, the sustainable blood collection, along with all the other products that we can support with. We really want to help you guys kind of achieve those goals that you're aiming towards. Myself and Paduja will be here. I think we've got a coffee break right next, potentially, yeah. So we're here. We've got some pipette tips and various other bits. So if you've got any questions, if you want to come and speak to us, if you want to grab some pipette tips that you want to potentially trial compared to what you're currently using, if you're not using our system, we're more than happy to facilitate that and hopefully, yeah, help you guys move along to become a little bit more greener as well. Thank you.
Steve, any quick questions at all before we go to coffee? Yeah, Joe.
Thank you guys for your talk. So from what you've said, the products are all manufactured in Germany and then shipped over here, distributed from here. Knowing German efficiency, wouldn't it be better to have a manufacturing factory in the UK?
Yeah, I think theoretically it's fantastic. I mean, we've got, I think it's 13 manufacturing sites globally. So the German side, we've got some in France as well. They typically support all of the European countries, and then we've got other ones in kind of America, South America, and so on. At the moment, we've got the distribution facility here. We've got the space and the size that in time, if we grow substantially, that it may be that that's something that's looked at, and bringing in certain product lines that are kind of what we consider as kind of key or category A product lines into the UK. But unfortunately, I wouldn't know whether that's something happening in the near future.
Thank you. And just one other quick question, or two quick questions. Firstly, also, it would appear to me that the best way to go about reducing travel costs is to set up on your sites storage areas where large amounts can be stored and distributed from there. Have you ever thought about that? Opening up a kind of distribution area store on major sites like Imperial, so that rather than shipping 2 or 3 boxes to somebody individually, you're shipping a large quantity for people to use as a resource. Yeah. And the other thing was, the last thing was that I commend you for starting up your recycling, but we haven't really heard about it much at Imperial, whereas, to be fair, StarLab have been a leader in that. And the reason I mention that is because I was the one who suggested to StarLab many years ago that they recycle their stuff. Are you able to promote your company? And I know Starstead for a long time. Do they get promoted within the college about recycling?
Yeah, so just on the first point, we obviously support stores where possible, and that's typically where a lot of the product goes into. Whether there's an opportunity to have something here that provides that we'd be more than happy to kind of engage with that if that's an option moving forward. One thing with our packaging is where we try to ship slightly larger packaging, so you might see the differences from ours to our tips, for example. We don't sell in 960, we double up every kind of case size. So we're trying to ship more, to get more into one packaging, so to speak. So you're not having to place frequent orders, we're sending more at once. The second question was...
Where do we put the recycling?
Yeah, so our scheme has been in place for a number of years now. Unfortunately, I think our German colleagues are very, very good at putting these schemes in place, but not necessarily creating the marketing information. So we've made drastic improvements over the last 6 months on that. So we've got details that we can share. We can certainly email that across. It should now be available on, I think you've got like an intranet page where supplier details, it should be available on there as well. But yeah, we can help anybody that's looking to kind of access that. As I say, the idea is that if you're using things like filter tips, we move you onto the single refills, and we can provide kind of free of charge the boxes that they go into. So I would imagine it's a very similar scheme to what StarLab currently offer. I think where we can make additional savings is that our system itself should be a lot thinner in terms of plastic, so there's less plastic even at the initial stage. But we're happy, as I say, to provide samples for you guys to do any kind of validation testing that you might want to do at a lab level as well.
Great. I'd just like to give thanks again to Mark, Ben, Baduja and Matthew, and not stop you from getting to coffee now, but if we can give them a round of applause for the talks this morning. So we turn from coffee at 11:40 and we've got the innovation session next. Please move a little bit closer. We won't bite you, I promise.
And come and get your chocolates if you want.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and thank you for following instruction. It's great to see some of you closer now. We're going to move on to our second session, which, as we described in my introduction, is going to bring together some of the precursors to our education and some of the sort of outputs from our research into a sort of combined innovation and outreach session. So to kick that off, and because they're going to do their own introductions, I'm going to very quickly introduce Kate and just hand over to Kate to actually introduce the rest of the team and their piece of...
Good. Still morning, everyone. My name is Kate Mulcahy, and I manage the Makerspace based in White City on behalf of the outreach team. There are 4 of us going to each speak. Rebecca and myself will tag team the start, then we'll hand over to Andrew, and then finally to David. Just to briefly explain why we're here today and what our objectives are in speaking to you. So Rebecca and I both work as part of outreach, and in a second when we go through the slides I'll explain that a bit more. But essentially we work with young people to convey science skills, and what we're really interested, the reason we're here, is we're very keen to get technicians involved in the work we do and look at ways that you could contribute to our work and get involved. The third person who's going to speak is Andrew Brooks. He's down there. There's Andrew waving at you. He's going to talk again more about what he does. It's similar outreach type work, but with a different department and a different flavour and structure. So Andrew will tell you about that. And then last but not least is David, Dr. Miller, who's at the front, and he is a Hackspace Fellow, and he's going to talk to you about the Hackspace. Slightly different with the Hackspace. That's more a chance, again, David will tell you about this, but it's more a chance for technicians to develop their own skills and ideas, and it's a resource that's available to technicians. But again, I won't put words in his mouth. I'll let David tell you about that. For the first bit, Rebecca, I never doctored you, sorry. Dr. Speakman and myself are going to talk about outreach. So, this is a very brief overview of the outreach programs that we run. So, in case you don't know what outreach is, it offers hands-on STEM experiences to young people. We encourage young people to take science and math subjects post-16, promote STEM degrees and careers. We focus on skill development. We work predominantly with young people from widening participation backgrounds. I wouldn't be surprised if that term isn't entirely familiar to you. It's a way for us, try to make this as simple as possible. When we in outreach discuss widening participation, what we're talking about is broadening the student body, principally of Imperial. So if there's underrepresented groups of students who aren't necessarily coming to Imperial when we wish they would, it could be because of socioeconomic background, it could be certain demographics. We refer to that as widening participation. So with the outreach programs we deliver, what we're always trying to do is widen the student body and broaden and diversify the student body, again, principally in Imperial. We work with primary and secondary age young people, although I should say it's mostly secondary. We're increasing our work with primary school all the time. We work at Imperial, but we also work in schools, we work at events, and we work online. And we work in London and further afield as well. So I'm going to talk really quickly about the Makerspace, which is the space that I manage. So the Dango Reach Out Makerspace is based in White City. It is a workshop / design space / activity space. It has been going, we're in our 7th year now. It's part of the White City campus, and it's based in Stadium House. We are externally funded, so actually a lot of this information is here. We're externally funded, so Imperial gave us the building, they pay some of the salaries of the staff, but the vast majority of what we do is externally funded. The advantage of that means that we can be quite liberal or diverse in what we want the students to end up doing. We don't have to have students just studying STEM or just ending up in Imperial. We can be a little bit more flexible. So we encourage students into apprenticeships, into different further education, as well as supporting students in what are traditional STEM career paths who are also interested in architecture, in art, in design, in a whole plethora of different things. Our main objectives in running the Makerspace is for students to develop practical, tangible skills. Now, I know I'm talking to a room of technicians, and I know that what I often get when I talk about the Makerspace is people of our age and older saying, I don't understand, don't schools have this already? If you don't have access or contact with young people in schools, you may not know that two things are happening at the moment. Either schools don't have the equipment and they have the staff, or they have the equipment but not the staff. There's a disconnect, and the curriculum is narrowing. So what we're trying to do is give students, whether they're very, very STEM academically focused or they're more hands-on learning type learners, we want to give them access to that equipment. So we have 3D printers, we have traditional woodworking, we have screen printing, we have sewing, we have a whole plethora of different equipment in the space. The idea is that the young people will come into the space, we'll teach them how to use it really, really quickly, we'll make them independent users, and then they can use the space to make, give or take whatever they want. The rule is it can't be offensive or dangerous, and after that, we want to support them to make whatever it is they want. The main flagship program we run is the Maker Challenge program. It's for students who are 14 to 18. During the year, we do an intense version over the summer where it's squished, but normally what it looks like is students come in once a week. They're with us for a couple of hours in the evening. For the first 6 weeks, one session is woodworking, one session is 3D printing, one session is CAD, one session is materials. Then for the second 6 weeks, they can make whatever they want. Again, as long as it's not dangerous or offensive, we want to help them follow their dreams of whatever that might be. And then at the end of the 12 weeks, they present their projects, their designs, their ideas, their innovations, and the winning student gets a 3D printer. They then, because that program has been so successful, we've been doing, like I said, for 7 years, we do 20 students at a time, but we do double cohorts, so really 40 students at a time. We see 120 students a year. We've been going for 7 years, and what we noticed was at the end of that, the young people were like, that was great. It was very different from school. I love the learning. Now what? So because that's been so successful, we now run a Saturday session. So every second Saturday, it started off once a month, it was too popular. So now every second Saturday, any student who's completed the Maker Challenge can come into the Makerspace and again, use it for whatever they want. So if you'd been here last Saturday, I was in the space, I had 20 students all working on 20 individual projects, from chessboards to robots to sewing a skirt. It was the whole gamut. We want them to develop resilience and overcome their fear of failure. What we've learned is students are very conditioned from school. They're learned to study for an exam and for an objective. The only reason the Maker Challenge is a competition is what we've noticed is the young people come in and we say, make whatever you want. And they honestly look like they're going to vomit at us because it's the scariest thing to say to them, you can do what you want. Look at all this equipment, it's yours to use. So we had to structure a little bit and light the fire under them. Anyway, the other program we run, the main program, is the Proto Maker Challenge. That's for younger students. That's what we're doing at the moment. They come in as a school group. There's 20 or 30 of them. They're with us. They have 5 contact points, 3 full days in the Makerspace, and then we have 2 days in school with them. Slightly different, they don't get to use as much of the equipment, but it's the same designing to a brief idea, that's what they're doing. So it's very good fun and inspiring. I think the next bit now is you, Becca. Switch over.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Kate. Good morning, everyone. It's really lovely to see you. And it's something that I've been wanting to do for a very long time, is to engage more people like you to come and work with us in outreach and our different spaces. So I am the school's partnership coordinator in brackets secondary. So I work with 14 to 18-year-olds, dabble a little bit with the younger ones, but mainly with the older ones. And I also look after our Reach Out Lab space, which is in Skempton. Currently not accessible because of the tiny little flood that happened in Skempton last week, but hopefully we'll be back in very soon. So we have been open since 2009, and we, similar to the Makerspace, we are funded through a little bit from Imperial, some through philanthropic donations, some through educational grants, lots of bits and pieces to bring our funding in. We are very much championed by Robert Winston. Occasionally he will just randomly pop into the lab and see what's going on, which is amazing for us and the teachers. Unfortunately, the school children aren't quite so au fait with who Robert is these days. And it is a very traditional wet lab. So in any week, we could be doing an organic synthesis on Monday. We might then do a dissection. We might then do some radioactivity. We might then do a little bit of engineering or math. So it's a very multidisciplinary space. And we can do more or less what we want in there as long as it is safe. And I sign off the risk assessments. So if I'm like, oh, this looks exciting, we'll find a way of making it happen. As I said, we've been open since 2009. We want to make sure that school children are excited by all things STEM. You get to sort of like year 9-ish, so 13, 14, and you do get some people going, I'm done with science, I'm just bored of it, it's not my thing. We want to make sure that excitement continues through, and hopefully they then want to take science subjects post-16 into their A-levels, IB, BTEC, whatever it is they're doing after their GCSEs. We also want to make sure that research level equipment is available to schools. As Kate was saying about sort of like your design technology equipment, lots of schools don't have it. Lots of schools don't have your standard lab equipment, or certainly not enough for all of the students to do the practical on their own. Sometimes they are just seeing a demo being done at the front because they just don't have enough glassware. If we can bring in a whole group and they can work in pairs on their own, they spend the whole day immersed in that practical activity. We have the link with the university community. That is where people like you come in. We also have undergraduate ambassadors that Kate's going to talk about in a little bit. And our sessions are taught by technicians, postdocs, PhD students, anybody at Imperial essentially who is not an undergraduate. We also explore the impact of our school activity. We are a very, very data-driven team. We've had PhD students who have evaluated all of our programs, and we've got an ever-expanding data and evaluation team as well. All of our programs sort of fall into two main pathways. We've got our STEM pathways, which is your very traditional, let's do your science, technology, engineering, maths, the very sort of academically able students who might potentially come to Imperial as an undergrad, although I think we would all say we want people to go to wherever is most appropriate for them. We also want to support the teachers. A lot of teachers don't get a huge amount of time to brush up on their skills, take that time out to learn new techniques. So my favourite type of teacher is the one that comes into the lab and very quietly says, can I play as well? And it's like, yes, you can. Here's your setup. You get involved. And it means that the students see their teacher getting involved and see that they're getting excited as well. We also have activities that are very specific depending on gender or ethnicity, and that is all data-driven, and that is all part of our access and participation plan. We then have our community pathways, where we're looking to work with students who are very much in the local area, and a lot of that work happens over at White City in the makerspace. So there's, how many schools are there nearby?
In White City?
Yep.
Lots? Many?
Yeah. So there is a great need in that area. I think, oh, this is still me. There are lots of different types of programs that we run, and in a few slides' time, I'll talk to you about how you can get involved if you want to. We have the lab events. We have the stuff that happens over at the Makerspace that Kate's mentioned. We have our cohort programs where we see the same group of students several times a year for more than 1 year. I could talk all day about those, so it's a very high level. We have tutoring programs. The vast majority of those are online now, so that works really well with fitting it in with everything else that you're doing. And then at the moment, we have our summer schools that started 2 weeks ago, and they now run back to back until the end of August. So if you see anybody with a green lanyard on from Outreach, by the end of August, we're all a little bit like, oh, dark room, large glass of something, to sort of recover from having that. So I had 98 17-year-olds with me last week doing work experience across 7 departments and 3 campuses. So yeah, that is a very brief overview of the different programs that we run.
Great, thanks. I'll try and, I got very loud, sorry. I'll try and be as quick as possible. So I want to give you an overview of how our activities work, because like Rebecca said, she's going to talk about what all this means for you. How is this relevant to you, and how can you support the activities we run? So our activities work, like we said, in different locations, but the most relevant to you is the 2 spaces that Rebecca and I look after, the Reach Out Lab, the Makerspace. Whenever we do a session in the Reach Out Lab or the Makerspace, it is led by a leader. Traditionally, the leaders are postgraduates or members of staff from Imperial. In the makerspace, because Imperial isn't a design university, it focuses on STEM, we have also used local designers from the area to come in and lead sessions and externals, and we have had externals lead sessions in Reach Out Lab as well. The leaders run the session, deliver the main content, but then we have undergrads who are facilitators that we call ambassadors. Rebecca's going to talk a bit about those in a second. So in any given session, you'll have the core team, like outreach team, helping get all the registration, all that faff done. The leader will help deliver the content and essentially subject area expert, and then the ambassadors are the facilitators. So it's a bit like you're sort of a teacher, but with less responsibility in terms of behavioral management, but then you also have all these little TAs running around. Not little, but you know what I mean. You get lots of support during the session. What we'll offer you if you come and work with us or want to support us on program is we always train the leaders, obviously the ambassadors too, but we'll give you the training and support you need to lead a session or to work with us in a session. No one gets dropped in and expected to do it by themselves. There are other benefits to you. Again, like I said, Rebecca is going to talk about that in a minute. Oh no, this is you then. Did I skip something? Oh no, this is me. Sorry. I'm talking about ambassadors. Makes a bit more sense. So our ambassadors are undergraduates. You'll notice them because they always have these purple t-shirts on. In any session, the leader is driving the session forward, but the ambassadors are the ones, you can see, like it's a really good illustration of it. The ambassadors are the ones who work with 2 or 3 students at a time. They are, I always say, the magic sauce in our sessions, in that the ambassadors are much closer in age because they're undergraduates to the students. So the students, the young people we work with, are way more likely to ask them a question, and they help funnel the questions through to the leader. So they make our sessions run really well. Additionally to that, they're really good role models. So why did you choose that degree? What's good about that degree? What are your plans? And the answers aren't always packaged in a nice, neat way. They can be complicated. And even the young people hearing that, actually, I'm studying chemistry and I don't like it, but I'm going to get a good degree and then do X, Y, Z. Hearing real life examples from a very diverse range of undergrads is really, really important. For us in our programs, everyone's paid. So the ambassadors are paid and the leaders are paid to do their sessions. And the ambassadors, like I said, support the work that the leader does. Yeah, that's you now. Fast.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. So what can you actually get involved in? So most of the sessions that I run in the lab are already pre-prepared. When we advertise them out to our pool of leaders, it might be next Wednesday we've got a PCR practical for Year 12 students. If you then thought that was something you wanted to do, you'd sign up. I would allocate it to whoever is most appropriate, and then I would share with you all of the resources for that session. Sometimes, though, there are times when schools will come to me and say, we really want to do a workshop on X, Y, or Z, and we don't already have that content good to go. At that point, I then go out to my pool of leaders and ask someone or multiple people to develop that content for me. So we would then run it that first time, tweak it, make sure that it's good to go for several sessions later on. If you've got an idea of a workshop that you want to develop, absolutely come to us. We can make that happen for you. We've got lots of groups of students and lots of different sizes of groups that we can work with where we can try all different things out. Our cohort programs are fantastic for that, where we're like, we've got this like 90-minute session, let's just give it a go, get some feedback on it, and then let's see how we go from there. We do run workshops for all of the different ages, but as I said, predominantly that's sort of 13 to 18 at the moment, and we are getting some more primary stuff in there. You can pick and choose which age group you want to work with. I much prefer working with the older students. I'm not so great with the little ones. They're a little bit of a trip hazard, for my opinion. Other people in the team absolutely love working with the little ones and not so much the older ones. So it is really up to you who you want to work with, and we'd always tell you the audience, how old they are, whether they're GCSE, A-level, what subjects they're doing, all of that sort of stuff. Time commitment is also minimal. I'm an ex-researcher. I did 5.5 years postdocing in the NHLI, and I started my outreach journey as an academic leader. So I completely appreciate that you've got lots of other stuff going on. Once you're on the mailing list, you can sign up for as much or as little as you want to, and I completely appreciate that sometimes there are certain times a year where you just can't commit to anything else. But there might be other times where you're like, actually, yeah, I do have a little bit of time that I could do this. Most of our sessions in the lab are full days, so it'd be sort of like an 8:30 to 4 o'clock sort of thing. In the makerspace, there's lots of weekends, evenings, lots of different times that you could get involved with. And as I said, you can sign up for as many or as few as you want. The very first time that you work, especially in the lab, you'll get buddied up with somebody else who has done it before. Again, we're not just going to like launch you into the lab, lock the doors and be like, bye, we'll see you in like 3 hours. Here's some 14-year-olds. We're going to make sure that you are with somebody who can sort of show you the ropes a little bit as well. Lots of other ways to support outreach. You might want to get involved with the work experience program, or your department might want to do some work experience where we can give advice and guidance. There's always random one-off outreach activities where we might advertise those as well, maybe talks in schools, talks online. Depending on how you're funded, if you're a research technician, there might be an outreach or public engagement element to your funding. And if you've got your own activities that you want to advertise, we have a newsletter that goes out once a month to about 10,000 people. So that is teachers, parents, guardians, students, essentially anybody who is interested in the stuff that we do, so we can make sure that that gets out. We've also got our social media channels. And we collect all of the data. We love data. So whatever information you need to know about what you've done with us or activities that you've run, we can pull that data and make sure that you have access to it. So the last bit is just thinking about another benefit to you if you do want to get involved with outreach is becoming a fellow of the HEA. Quick show of hands, how many people have heard of the HEA? Oh, that's good. Not many people do usually in my training sessions. So it's the Higher Education Academy, and it is an international recognition of teaching. And the fact that you are here and the fact that you have probably, all of you, done some sort of teaching at some point, you can absolutely write an application to become a fellow of the HEA. All teaching experiences count. There is a framework of different criteria that you need to fulfill where you have to give examples of how you've fulfilled those criteria, and outreach activities would count towards that as well. There's different levels of fellowship, so you can start off as associate, and then fellow, and then principal fellow, and I can't remember what the last one is. But if you are interested, please go along to one of the introductory workshops that is part of the STAR framework, and it's on the website. And importantly, it's free to complete whilst you're at Imperial. Not every university will pick up the funding for it. If you do go down that route and you want to include some of the outreach activities, then we can write part of your supporting reference to go with it as well. And I think that is it. I think we're now over to Andrew.
Andrew, you can skip the next slide.
Lovely, thank you very much. Hello everyone, I'm Andrew, and I'm the Public Engagement Programmer and Practitioner, and I also work in the Invention Rooms just next to the Makerspace, and I run the family program over there, which is connecting local families to technicians, researchers, academics, teaching fellows, and our amazing science that we do at Imperial. So we are all about kind of connecting local children and their parents to the wonders of science, to engage families in how amazing kind of science, engineering is, and the benefits it can make for people's lives. So I run the family program. I should say I'm part of the public engagement team. So put your hands up if you've ever been or heard of the festival. Great. And Lates as well. Some of you might have helped on those. So that is part of my team as well. I'm not going to talk about those today, but they are definitely worth checking out as well. So what do I do? So I run the family programs, and my program is about engaging families with STEM. It's about raising confidence in the parents. So all of my programs, we have the young people, about ages 7 to 11, but also their parents to try and get the families talking about science. It's about raising awareness of Imperial science. It's creating fantastic experiences around STEM to give people a positive perception of what STEM can mean. And really importantly for us, we're inviting families into Imperial. Obviously, I'm part of the White City development. It's a huge new development. It's completely changing that area. And we want to be somewhere where people who are local know someone who works at Imperial, so they can actually come in and say, I've been to this space, I know who these people, they're actually quite nice. And we're about being an approachable face to the new campus developments as well. All of our sessions are free, so always free for local families, and they are co-developed with STEM staff, so technicians, teaching fellows, researchers, people doing PhDs and masters. They are co-developed with staff across Imperial. So you have 7 to 11-year-old families, and what do we do? So we make activity packs, we do school holiday activities, we do something called Saturday Science Club, we do something called Discovery Days, and we see about 4,000 children, or trip hazards as they are known, and parents and carers a year. So we interact about 4,000 people a year coming into our space, and as I said, in invention rooms just off Wood Lane in White City. So what I'm going to do is just very briefly talk about some of the activities that we offer and then how you can get involved as well. So the first thing we do is STEM activity packs. So these started in lockdown, like so many other things, and we made about 240 at the very start of lockdown, and we thought that was going to be it, and they proved really, really popular. So now we make 2,800 every single year, and we send these free to local organisations who then send them to the families that they work with. So it's a really great way that we can reach some really hard-to-reach families who might have no connection with Imperial prior to getting these packs, but will then be invited in to actually say hello to us. So what do they consist of? They started in lockdown because there were lots of resources going around where families were expected to have a printer, expected to have stationery, expected to have a lot of things that a lot of parents really struggle to have. So what we do is we provide every single item that the families might use, and then we work with STEM professionals to produce the activity packs, or the activity sheets, I should say, themselves. So this is my favourite. This is one of my favourite ones because it was the very, very first ones we ever made with 2 at the time master's students, and they introduce themselves. They talk about what they do at Imperial, and then so these were master's students looking at green energy, and then what we do is we give them an activity and all the resources to make that activity at home. And we do 2 a year, so we do 1 in summer and we do 1 in winter. It's also great from a getting your work out there point of view, because this goes to 1,400 people, probably each one seen by a family group as well, by the parents. So it's a great way to get your face in front of lots and lots of people and telling people what you do at Imperial. Just to give you some numbers, so far, we've just gone over actually, it's about 1,100 now because we're making some yesterday. We've given away about 10,000 packs, about, I can't even read this, 78,000 hours of activities. More than now would be 250,000 sheets of paper, and we have worked to produce these with 34 STEM staff across Imperial. So if you are interested, definitely talk to me. We tend to have themed activity packs. So I think we've got materials as at Christmas, and we plan those ones now. But we have lots of different kind of ideas and themes. Or if people come to us and say, I've got a great idea for an activity that people could do at home, then we could definitely find a way to include that. And we're always looking to engage new STEM staff with the activity packs. And it's nice to see the numbers, but it's also nice to see them in use. So these were, I think, for our very first packs, this is what they look like in their bags. And these are the kids getting them, who will then take them home over what can be, for some families, quite a long, boring summer holiday stuck at home. Or it can be over Christmas as well. And in the Christmas ones, we provide things to make Christmas cards, so they can give families gifts. We've had families and parents say that we've had to use these as Christmas presents because they haven't been able to afford any presents. So sometimes they can be really valuable and mean a lot to the families we work with. I talk about a holiday programme. So we run face-to-face activities every half term. I know some people don't understand what a half term is because it's what happens in schools, but it's basically a week's break in between the main terms. We don't really do them at universities, but the schools do them. We also run activities in summer and Easter holidays. And these are co-developed, again, with STEM staff. And they are 2-hour-long sessions. So any staff member can say, I want to run a session. I want to develop a session about this or that. This is what I do in my job. And I will work with those staff to put an activity together. That's my background, is kind of putting activities for families to do in a way that's really fun and engaging. And we make sessions with researchers or any STEM staff about your research or work or area of science. So if you're a technician who does pretty much anything we do at Imperial, we could find a way to make that fun. I'm just working with a researcher at the moment, and we're trying to make a session about concrete, where we're going to get kids to make their own concrete by adding different mixes in and seeing if we can make some environmentally friendly concrete. And we're doing that for 7-year-olds. So whatever you do, we can make it fun for children and for families. We run about 60 workshops a year in this program. So they're not all. I don't have to write 60 new ones each year, but we often repeat some of them. But then we're always looking for staff to kind of take part, and you would essentially work with our team to create the content, and we supply the budget. So if you've ever got an idea but you're not quite sure if you could afford it, or you want to trial it, or you want to take it to a festival or something else, you can definitely work with us first. We can run it at White City, and then you can see if you want to take it somewhere. And we've had teams who have developed programs for our holiday program who have then taken that to schools and taken that to festivals and taken that to other places as well. And here's actually some examples, because I think at the bottom back right you can see Susanna. So she worked with us developing a workshop about the work that she had done exploring coral reefs. So she was able to work with someone from our team and put that together to make an amazing activity for families, which was really brilliant. They made really cool dioramas of the different animals that lived in coral reefs. And then we've also got Dasha, who's another technician who worked with us just last half term, and we did DNA discovery. So we're exploring her work, looking at inserting plasmids into DNA, and we did that in a really fun, kind of creative way. So that's really, really nice that we can offer these. She had never really done much public engagement before, but just had an interesting idea, said, I really want to do something. I've got this idea of kids popping balloons and it bursting out with different plasmids or something like that, and we thought, we can make this happen. So no matter how impossible or implausible an idea for engagement might sound to you, we can nearly always, we've never said no yet to something, to an idea for engagement. And then lastly, I'm just going to talk about discovery. No, not lastly. I'll talk about discovery days. So these started in 2023. They run twice a year, and they're essentially big days, relatively big, because our space only holds about 120 people. But it basically turns our location into a mini festival. And it's a great way to try a more standard engagement of kind of stalls and stands and talking to visitors as they kind of come up, as opposed to a 2-hour-long workshop. So far, we've run space and chemistry themed workshops, but there is no reason why we couldn't do a technician's discovery day where we talk about all the different technical skills that we need at a university. So that's definitely an option we have. And we kind of have about a 5 or 6 month planning cycle. So definitely the next one that we're running in February or March could definitely have either technicians or be dedicated to the work of technicians. And then lastly, we do Saturday Science Club. So these are 6 sessions, and these are for the same families. So nearly all of our workshops, we open them out to the local community, and then pretty much anyone who lives in a 1 mile radius can book. With these runs, we run these 6 sessions, and they're for same families, and they come back each time. And the idea of that is we can do a bit more longitudinal learning. And the theme for this one is 2050. The idea being that we're working with 7, 8, 9-year-olds. So by the time 2050 comes around, they're going to be kind of like peak scientists and peak engineers. So the idea is we want to get them thinking not about the science that they need to know now, but the science that might exist in 2050. So we spend time with kind of 7 and 8-year-olds talking about complex system science and artificial intelligence and how it can be used in artworks. And all these kind of interesting, creative things which you would never normally teach a 7 or 8-year-old, but we do because we want to give them an idea of what science will be like in the future. And we're quite lucky because unlike, say, schools, we're not bound by any curriculum, so we can really be creative in what we offer. And lastly, I should say, I'm part of the public engagement team, or I think it's now the public engagement and communities team. So we have my side, which does all the programming. So I've talked about what we do at White City, but of course we've got the festival and the lates. We also have another side which is about equipping staff with the skills to do their own public engagement. So 2 things I should say is we have the Engagement Academy. So this runs over 7 months, and this is about building confidence and leadership skills and professional identity amongst your colleagues. It's externally accredited, which is quite amazing, and applications will open in August. And I think when we share the slides around, you can click the link, and you can see actually we've got Susanna again, so she was part of the Engagement Academy, and through the work that she developed in that, she then developed the workshops that we then took to White City, and I think she's taken them to some other places as well. And then lastly, we also do masterclasses. So these are kind of one-off sessions around developing your skills in public engagement. So you've got a core engagement one, which covers like what is engagement and why is it important. But then we have some more specific activities like or masterclasses that you can sign up for. which deal with kind of more complex topics like participatory research or controversial studies. So if you want to do public engagement, but you're not quite sure where to start, you've got a few different options. You can definitely talk to me directly, and my email will be shared around if you want to do something for families at White City, or you can also sign up for some of our masterclasses as well. And I think I'm going to pass it on now to David.
Okay, hi everyone. So I'm David Miller. I'm one of the team at the Advanced Hackspace. I think that most people have heard of the Hackspace now, so we're not in a time when people have never heard of it and they don't really know what they do. But I still find that people don't really understand what we do and how we can actually benefit them. And so hopefully I will go through some of the ways that you could use the Hackspace to benefit in your professional development. So like the other teams, so we're based in White City, so we're actually in the same building. So if you've ever been on the White City campus, so the north side is here. So this is where the BioEng and BioEng UM building and the MSRH chemistry building is located. The new south site has been developed here, and the Hackspace is located in a pretty nondescript building that's sort of a bit away from everything else, and a lot of people walk past it and they don't even know it's there. But if you have the opportunity to come on tours of the space, and some of those are being offered, I believe, tomorrow and Thursday, then hopefully we can show you around and you can see what we've got. In terms of the facilities we have, so if you haven't visited before and you don't know what we do have, so we have a very multidisciplinary workshop and lab. So this is what makes us unique compared to other areas on campus, and that we have areas for electronics and rapid prototyping. We have a pretty advanced mechanical engineering workshop that's constantly being upgraded. And one of the only areas on campus where a lot of people have access to this type of mechanical engineering equipment. And right next door to that, we also have a biochemistry and tissue culture lab as well. So in a lot of cases, these workshops or the equipment that's in them, it's the only equipment that people or that a lot of technical staff may have on campus. The departments may not have the type of things that we can sort of offer across our spaces. And just like our workshops are quite multidisciplinary, so is the team. Okay, so if you're in the space, there is a small team of Hackspace fellows that work in the workshop, and we are the ones that will be teaching anyone who's there. So whatever level people are at, whether these are undergraduate students, postgraduate students, members of technical staff, will be teaching you in the workshop. And our backgrounds are pretty diverse. So we have backgrounds from sort of model making, who's now basically, I suppose, our chief mechanical engineer. David Pitcher, he was originally an electrophysiologist, and now he's our electronics expert. Mohammed, who's microfabrication expert. I mean, my background is biochemistry as well, and I teach a lot of sort of mechanical engineering in the space as well. So we have a team which has worked across pretty much all disciplines, all boundaries, and we have a very good idea of what people are actually trying to do when they come into the space, and what they need to do when they come into the space. So I mean, I suppose that the biggest mistake people make when they sort of think about the Hackspace is that they think that we only do one thing. Maybe we're only involved in teaching undergraduates, which is not true, or maybe we're only involved in research, which is not true at all. So we're also involved in any type of project support. So it's not just, say, student-based projects or research projects, but it's one of the only places where you can go and you can plan your own projects and get and learn new skills. So in any sort of personal project, and these are supported just as much as say research or undergraduate student projects. We also offer society nights and competitions for student societies, because we're quite a popular base for them, because it's one of the only places on campus that a lot of students can sort of base their society. We offer guidance and support, so not just research, but for any project at all. And the other thing that we do is we are involved in teaching. We have our own courses. We develop our own modules for departments, and we can sort of develop bespoke teaching, and I'll go into a little bit about that in a second. And of course, and skill development is probably something which is quite important. So both like relatively formal and sort of informal skill development is something that we can offer in the space. But the important thing is really we support any member of college at any level on pretty much any project, and yeah, which is like, you know, that's how we can support you and your development. And in terms of research, so I mean, obviously a lot of what we do is supporting research projects, and so we'll be directly working with the researchers, but there's no reason why this couldn't also be working with other technical staff as well. So, I mean, in a lot of cases, we'll get researchers like coming into the space, and they have an idea for something that they need to make, yeah, because yeah, this equipment doesn't exist. They need to make measurements that have never been done before. But they don't really know how to go about it. So oftentimes they'll come in with a design for something, and they'll, you know, we'll consult with them and advise them that it's not actually feasible to do it, and find out what it is that they're actually trying to do, provide them with advice and like alternate solutions. So which is the case with most of this. So basically devising manufacturing methods to create things that haven't been done before, to enable research to be done that hasn't actually been done before, and keeps Imperial at the forefront of research. And because a lot of people don't have access to the type of workshop that we have, I mean, some of it is just advising people on sort of workflows on how they can do things. So for example, for like you know, Faculty of Medicine, helping people to turn patient data into models, because they don't have the equipment, they don't have the expertise, but they can just come into the hack space and they can get advice from us on how to do that and end up with something that's actually tangible. So I mentioned briefly at the start, so our role in teaching, and so we develop our own courses, and this is always in collaboration at the moment with other departments. So departments will have a need to teach some module or some part of their course, but they don't really know how to do it, and because we've developed quite a lot of teaching, what we do is we find out what the department, what the current research is, and what may be something that their students would benefit from. So we have some basic lab sort of lab stirrer designs, which we use for teaching computer-aided design. So this is for Faculty of Medicine. So pulse oximeter. So we teach. I mean, it's also Faculty of Medicine, which so master's level students, we teach them the principles of how this type of equipment works, and the idea is that if you teach students how things are done in the real world, then that means that they have a better understanding of how they could do things that haven't been done before. And rapid prototype microfluidic devices we do with, so this is for bioengineering master's students. So teach them the whole process, like how they go about conceptualizing the design, like development, programming, everything like that. And also, of course, hand in hand with that goes all of the teaching materials. So one thing which I haven't got on here is we do actually support and supervise project students in the space. So Hackspace staff can be co-supervisors for other departments, and we do that with some mechanical engineering students every year, and also chemistry students. So there's a possibility that we can sort of work with departments and other technical staff through that. And the other thing is well, we've called it inspiring innovation here. So it's because of our role in support of projects and supporting personal projects, it means we're quite well placed to support student-based sort of spin out or startup ideas, and there are a surprising number of those like within Imperial College. In fact, most of or a very large proportion of the sort of startup ideas that we support are actually from students, and they may be undergraduate or postgraduate. So there's a company called Evo Robotics, so that was a master's student. So this one in the middle is a company called Bladebug, which actually is doing all right at the moment. So they develop wind turbine servicing robots, and they developed their first prototype just from the ground up at the Hackspace, so quite a few years ago now. And another lab-based project called Shellworks that's there. And in fact, like all of these are pretty much almost exclusively student projects. Gyro Glove is so for removal of hand tremors and Parkinson's. Fresh Check was a project that we could support because we can support lab-based projects. So once again, chemistry students needed a lab space, and they developed a surface surface spray for detecting bacterial contamination. And another company called Maltus Media, which has actually expanded into their own premises, started with us as like a team of second-year undergraduate students. So we support, I mean, these are really the sort of, I mean, these people consider these to be personal projects, and this is how serious they sort of get at the space. One thing which is probably of interest is our opportunity for skill development, in terms of practical skill development. So we have relatively formal courses called Level Up, and these run through the year. The availability does depend upon how much else we have on, but basically they give you an opportunity to sign up to a 1 or 2 hour course, and where you can learn skills, we can learn practical skills. And this covers everything. So we cover some what we'd consider sort of basics of things like computer-aided design, but we also go into things like mechanical fabrication, and we even do a welding course, which is the only one that you can sort of do on campus, and soldering and electronics and this type of thing. So we try and have courses that will cover all sorts of like practical skills that people may not get in their own department or may not be able to get in their own department, and these are just offered for free for anyone in college. And the other important way that people can actually develop the skills, and a lot of people don't realise, is that they can self-driven to skill development of skills. So this is via a project at the space, because as I said at the beginning, all projects are supported. So it doesn't matter how serious it is. As long as it's a project that's registered with us, anyone can come in and they can pretty much learn to do anything that we have in the space. And this is probably the best way of actually upskilling, to have your own project. And of course, I showed you what we have. So it could cover mechanical engineering, could cover electronics, rubber fabrication, could even be like a biology-based project as well. Something which has not really happened so far, but which we'd be quite keen on supporting, is because we have a lot of students working in the space and researchers working in the space, and they are working on either their talk content from their department or they're working on research. We don't often see members of technical staff on site supporting them, but we would be very, very happy to support that if technicians were working on particular projects and they needed somewhere to work with them. We would happily support having those people in the space for the duration of the project. And that also gives, of course, the opportunity to learn skills, equipment, techniques that we offer in the space. And I thought I'd just throw this in as well, because I know that this is an increasing focus. So in terms of supporting sustainability as well. So I showed you a photo of our wet lab. So this is another photo of it, but this is, we built this entirely from reclaimed lab furniture that was taken out of other labs on campus. So the entire thing. So the furniture that was in there was rebuilt on site for a cost of us of nothing. So we basically managed to create a lab with like very, very little budget at all. But also, although this is sort of relatively informal and only beneficial to us at the moment, often lab equipment is discarded, like for minor issues, or perhaps because it's too old to be serviced or parts aren't available. And these are like 2 examples, just that I had to hand, of equipment that we received in damaged state and brought back to function. So in this case, remanufacturing parts that aren't available. And in this case, I think it was a 2-pound sensor that was at fault, and we can recycle these pieces of lab equipment back to full function. So there's an opportunity, although this is not something that we formally offer. We would be interested if anyone was interested in working with us on sort of formalizing some sort of sort of lab repair cafe type thing. So in terms of getting involved, so obviously probably the most important is skill development, so the opportunity to learn new skills. But the other thing is, so this is something that we haven't offered, and I suppose it's in some ways in line with what you can do with Makerspace and Outreach, is if you're interested in teaching, because we have teaching programs, we would happily like help to or to teach you how you can teach groups of students, how you could get skills in teaching if this was something that you were interested in transitioning into. So having a more teaching focused role, you could possibly like work with us on some of our existing teaching programs. Supporting sustainability I just mentioned. One thing is, if you are interested in anything that we do, it's beneficial to sign up to our Microsoft team because everything that we do gets posted on that. And I have got there's a little short code, that's the short code for the team. It's the easiest way of just finding it on Microsoft Teams. And if you want to like get in touch and ask about anything, like feel free to send me an email, or there's the Advanced Hackspace general email there. Okay.
Thanks, David. We're going to finish up now. I just have a couple of quick things to say. This is totally disconnected from what I was about to say, but I did want to say about the Hackspace. I'm not involved in the Hackspace, but I do think it's a crying shame the amount of people I meet who say, I have a great idea. I work in Imperial, I had a great idea, or I was in my lab, I had a great idea. I'm like, Hackspace. There's kind of a mental block about it, so please do take David and the team up. It's a wealth of knowledge. I'm conscious that you were bombarded with lots of information. We are absolutely open to questions, which we're going to do now for 5 minutes. Before that, what I wanted to say is we will be running tours tomorrow and, what day is today? Tuesday? Yes? So tomorrow and Thursday, Wednesday and Thursday. If you're remotely interested, they're going to be 30 minutes long. I'll be leading them, and I'm going to bring you into the Hackspace so you can see that, into the Makerspace, which will have activity running in it, so you can see what a session looks like, and into the main interaction zone, which is where most of Andrew's activities take place. So you'll get to see those 3 spaces. If you're interested, you can just turn up. It's door B, it's on Wood Lane. If you go on the Imperial, the lovely map that David supplied, but if you're not sure, you can ask Noida where to get there. The tours are tomorrow at 11:30 and 2, or Thursday at 11:30, 12:30 and 2, and they're 30 minutes each, and you'll get to see all 3 spaces. Just to synopsize, because as I said, I think you were bombarded with a lot of information, if you are interested in supporting delivery of sessions, that is outreach and Andrew's programs. There is potential for that, but if you're interested in upskilling and really physically building on your own skills and learning new skills, then that's the Hackspace. Before we go, does anyone have any questions for any of the 4 of us about what we've said? We do have a microphone. Yes. I'll bring you the microphone, Joe. I don't know if this works, but we'll try.
Thank you, Kate. You did explain how to get involved, but can you give us an idea of what and where we should register? If we want, for example, if a technician's got an idea, how do they go about getting in touch with you?
If you want to get involved with teaching any of our stuff, I run training sessions usually twice a year. The next one will probably be around about November time. I will send information to somebody with the Technicians Network and get it sent out to you so you can sign up for it. If you've got an idea and you just want to come and chat, I'm more than happy for you to contact me directly, and then email addresses and stuff can go out afterwards, or you can just email outreach@imperial.ac.uk, and then that will come to our main joint inbox, and it can go to whoever the most appropriate person is for that project.
Yeah, the Makerspace runs training sessions for leaders a bit more infrequently or a bit more ad hoc, less organised. But the same thing, if you have ideas in terms of outreach, then just email us. I would say the same is true for Andrew and David, right? If you want to get involved, then email them, and we'll share the email.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I work with researchers from point of contact to the delivery of that programme, so yeah, just give me an email.
Yeah. Behind you, Joe.
Yeah, what I realised in terms of outreach was that actually we need teachers to be involved. Do you do training for teachers sessions? Because I think that is important. I don't think we lack enthusiasm in terms of the students, but we definitely lack it in our school teachers, and I think much of it has something to do with funding.
Well, Rebecca will have her answer. I'll give you the Makerspace answer. Pre-COVID, so we've been running for 7 years, and pre-COVID, in my funding agreements, I have a budget line for teaching, CPD, professional development for teachers. And when COVID happened, the curriculum pinched and all the focus of schools pinched. And so us saying, can you take the students out for a day and come and work with Arduinos or come and build robots out of cardboard? The SLT, senior leadership teams, couldn't see the logic. Similarly, they couldn't understand why it mattered that their art teacher, who's the only person close to a D teacher, didn't know how to use their 3D printers. They didn't have the scope or space. It's only in the last, I would say, 6 months to a year that the schools are relaxing enough to engage with that conversation. We are super, super eager to work with teachers because of that disconnect. The equipment in the schools, and then no one knows how to use it. Or, like, for example, going back to sustainability, we are refreshing all our 3D printers and we want to give them to the local schools. The program we run with schools where it's a school group coming in, the winning prize for that is a 3D printer for the school. Our biggest fear is that the school will take it and can't use it. So we try, we really, really try. I mean, I don't know what you would say, Rebecca.
Yes, the only thing I would add to that is literally last week we have confirmed a new partnership with Cleeps, who do all of the safety training for schools, where the main audience of that is school technicians. They are the people that keep all of the science sessions running. They do get some teachers come out, but it's exactly what Kate said. Trying to find that time to come out, trying to find cover for a lesson is really expensive. I've previously done, before COVID, twilight focus groups with teachers, and I bribe them, essentially, with wine and cheese.
And money. Sometimes we give them vouchers and they still can't come.
But it is really tricky, and we sort of have to just capitalise on the teachers who do come to our sessions to then take that back into school. But yeah, it's definitely something that we want to do more.
As well, building what Rebecca said earlier, having the teachers actively involved in the sessions is also quite inspiring. I think a lot of them get a boost from that and then are more likely to re-engage with us. But yeah, any suggestions, we're welcome to. But we do want to engage with teachers. Does anyone else have any questions? No. If you've got what I call a cheeky question, a question you don't want to ask in front of everyone, you will get all of our email addresses and we're happy to respond to any emails. And as I said, if you're not already signed up for the tours tomorrow or on Thursday, everyone is welcome to attend. And just go to door B of the Makerspace maybe 5 minutes before. So they're at 11:30, 12, no, tomorrow it's 11:30 and 2 o'clock. And on Thursday it's 11:30, 12:30 and 2 o'clock. So if you can just be at the Makerspace door 5 minutes before then, we will take you in and show you around.
And just to add about we were going to do lab tours as well, yes. But we can't get access to Skempton at the moment because of the flood last week. So once that space is back up and running, I can let people know when you can come and see the space. But again, it's really informal. Let me know when you want to see it. And it'll probably be best to come and see it when an activity is running. But at the moment, we don't know when we can go back in.
Great. That's it from us. Thank you very much for having us.
Maybe Thursday. Maybe.
Yeah, I said maybe.
I had heard Wednesday, but maybe Thursday to get back into Skempton. Building on from the four prongs of the presentation, taking us from the input of how do we attract students into science through to how do we help people develop brilliant ideas. Our next speaker is Firat Gouda, who is a reader in, I'm going to check this, Intelligent Interfaces in Bioengineering. And Firat's going to talk to us for about 15 minutes or so about exploiting research, moving it out into the marketplace. Thank you, Firat.
Thank you very much. Let's try this. Okay. So, it's a great honor to be here. You should never give a microphone to an academic without any restrictions because they will just talk forever. So good that you reminded me. So I have lots of slides, but I don't think I will get to the end of it. So, but my research is really about creating interfaces with biological and chemical systems. So through mainly sensors and actuators. So we try to collect data from these systems, process them to make sense of this data. And also we try to control these systems at the same time. So really it's a very multidisciplinary group, including elements of chemistry, electronics, computing materials, biology, and so on. And So with the translation, there's always this problem, which is that, you know, do you first find a problem to solve, or do you just work on something that you're passionate about and then go search for a problem to solve later? So, you know, this problem, I don't know how to solve it, you know, where to start from. So, but what I do know is that this code, which is that if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So sometimes as the inventor, you should not be just, you know, trying to find a problem to solve, and you should think deeply about the needs that are out there, because there's oftentimes a lot of consumer surveys or end user surveys and so on. These are great, but they will only tell you about the problems that they think of at that very moment. So it's good to sometimes take a step back and then look at the broader problems. So because of this, so my research is really about a third of it is focused on solving problems related to the food systems and environment. The other third is human and animal health, and the last is exploratory research. We're not trying to solve any problems. We're just trying to, you know, also what I think is that life is too short. You shouldn't spend all your time trying to solve other people's problems. You should also enjoy some of your time. So, and where we're trying to just explore some ideas that we think are good and exciting, and hopefully they'll solve some problems later. So my research yielded a couple of companies. These are some of them. And we are also collaborating quite a bit with a company called Grippable, and hopefully I'll have a bit of time to talk about it. But I first want to start with Black Bear, and this clip by Reuters. They came to our lab after we published the initial findings. They actually made a video. Let's see if this will start. Oh, I do need sound for this. Not that sound. Anyway, so we have developed, I will just narrate over, so we have developed printed sensors that can detect food quality wirelessly. So, and these are basically low-cost sensors. So this particular clip by Reuters features my PhD student very heavily. And they interviewed me quite a bit too, maybe like for half an hour or 45 minutes, and I'm barely in the clip. So I'm like, okay, good that I chose the right profession and not acting or something like that, because clearly that wouldn't work out. But that's how we basically produce the sensors in the lab. This is just for prototyping. We call it a pen on paper method. And then we interface these with some existing near-field communication tags. This is the same technology in payment cards, just the contactless, basically. Yeah. Okay, so, but really the problem we're trying to solve is that a third of food, all food produced in the world is never consumed, which is a huge resource that's just wasted. And a good chunk of this resource is actually also wasted by consumers at home. And so there's lots of food that gets thrown away and is perfectly good to consume. So, so Black Bear is a company that I founded with my PhD students, and they're trying to develop technologies to digitize freshness and minimize waste. And they're developing a series of technologies, but one of the most, in my opinion, exciting ones is to do package level quality assurance, and to inform what's going on with each package, and then if a product is starting to go bad, then obviously make sure that it gets consumed and it's sold before everything else. So they're also looking into supply chain traceability, but probably the biggest lead that we have at the moment is we have lots of paying customers that are doing shelf life testing using this technology. So we're doing paid pilots both in Europe and the US. So yeah, very exciting times. So, and this is the the team really that's behind this technology. And So we just, I think it's already been about a year and a half ago, we raised about 2.3 million pounds to, in basically VC funding to advance the technology, but we also win lots of, obviously, grants because we have a deep tech based company. So Unhinder is one of the other. So again, BlackBerry is about the food systems. So how do we make the food system more efficient? And Unhinder is it's a wearable robotics company. And what it really does is we have a patented technology where essentially it's a material that includes air channels inside. And then if you wear this material, then it basically creates a soft cushion between harder surfaces where that would otherwise be touching the skin. But let me tell you what I mean by this. So our number one product that we've been working on is a technology called Rolliner, or a product called Rolliner. And Rolliner is a sleeve that's worn over the stump, so the residual limb of an amputee. And then this goes between this liner, it goes between the socket and the leg itself. And then the air channels inside, we can basically inflate or deflate them to compensate for volume fluctuations. And so the volume fluctuations, they may seem like a small deal to us because all of our clothes are flexible. But imagine, buying shoes that don't fit really well, you start getting blisters. So when prosthetic sockets don't fit really well, they cause lots of issues with the amputees, and then they lead to oftentimes sores that get infected, so people have to go back on the wheelchair, and then they also don't have the confidence if it doesn't really fit well, like it's walking with really big shoes, that it's not fitting well, you can't really run with them. So, and with the sockets, it's the same. And so we're trying to build a technology, medical technology, and we actually just unveiled it at a fair a couple of months ago, and hopefully it'll be in the market as a medical device in the next 6 months to a year. But our technology is not really is not for prosthetics. It's just a wearable robotics technology. So we're just trying to create interfaces between hard surfaces and the human body, and with various applications around exoskeletons, wearable devices, ski boots, and spacesuits and whatnot. So let's see. This is supposed to be a video, but will it work? I have no idea. Nope. Okay. So if I were to give one feedback for next year, it would be that maybe we should bring our own laptops because videos always fail to work. So this is basically, again, this is a project that started with my former PhD student who went on to basically launch this company. And the next thing I want to talk about is a very new company that we're trying. The video works for this one. So we're building sensing technologies for companion animals, primarily dogs in this case. It's a fairly, really new company, the future of which is far from certain. So again, started with my PhD student, former PhD student, Yasin. So, and you can, I think, already see the pattern that a lot of these companies that I've started, I've done them with my PhD students. So they really play a central role in our research ecosystem. And the idea is to develop health monitoring technologies for dogs, so especially non-invasive, because dogs are pretty inbred in general. They have lots of health problems. I mean, a wolf lives about 30 years. The healthiest dog will live 16 years. So it's just, we've done lots of inbreeding. And they have lots of issues, but they are playing a very important role in our society, particularly as the population is becoming more and more lonelier, I do feel that dogs are going to fill a very big hole in our social lives. So yeah, this is basically the one of the prototypes that we were testing with a service dog. This is an explosives detection dog. And yeah, the technology is really just trying to monitor heart rate, breathing signals, and activity, and then we try to train algorithms to detect these things before the symptoms become obvious. Yeah, so I started again this company with my former PhD student. It's really the future of this company is far from certain, but we're trying. So let's see what happens. Okay, and so I have a plot, and I wanted to hear from the audience if they can guess what this is. Anybody knows what this is? No, it's not life expectancy. So it's the fertility rate. So what we're really seeing is that less and less children are being born, and people are becoming more and more lonely because of that. And we also saw that over the pandemic, for example, the number of dogs in the world, in the UK, increased by about 50%. And my hypothesis was that as people get lonelier, they will have more dogs. And this was kind of like a nice test to see that it is indeed the case. And this was really the beginning of why I started about this whole dog story, by just seeing this somewhere and thinking like, oh, what's happening? And when something leaves, something gets filled in its place. So what is that? And that's how I ended up working on this project. In the remaining 5 minutes, I want to talk about Spirus, where we basically produced a technology. It's a printed respiratory sensor. It's paper-based, and then we could integrate these things into face masks, and then collect basically breathing data for breathing analytics. And this is the product that we have developed and sold. It was very exciting to go from just an idea all the way to a product that you can sell to others, and then let them criticize you. It's good to get feedback, obviously. So we learned a lot, and it was a very exciting time for the company. And then we also developed a lot of, obviously, because we did respiratory analytics. So we had this hardware that was paired with lots of analytics and software. And then and I founded a team with this company with one of my former students, George Winfield, and then we exited Spirus in 2022. So we were happy with that. Okay, the last thing that I will mention is Grippable. So Grippable is not a startup from my company, but it is from my lab, but it is an Imperial startup, and we collaborate quite heavily with them. So we've been working on a technology that's, we call it the squeezable sensor for digitizing rehabilitation. And what we really, so Grippable has a device that's a hard device that's about probably as big as this microphone, maybe a little bit smaller. And then by squeezing this device, people are able to play games with it, and then the device is sensorized such that as people play games, we can see how well the rehabilitation is going, how well it's working, how strong they're getting. And then, but the problem is that with these harder materials, it's difficult for them to miniaturize. And then also the limit of, there's quite a bit of limitation in terms of the kinds of exercises that you can do. But rubbers are used fairly frequently in rehabilitation, in occupational therapy. So what we tried to do is we developed a technology that would allow us to make electrical contacts to rubbers, electrical or force-sensitive rubbers, And then this way, then we can start building series of devices that could be used in rehabilitation, but then also be combined with their digital platform. So move from hard devices to soft devices, basically. And the key innovation was really this. Is it gonna work? Yeah. So conductive rubbers, they're often attached to electronics using an adhesive. So in this case, it's a silver-based adhesive, conductive adhesive, and you just take your wire, put a bit of the glue, and then stick it onto the rubber. But the issue is that the rubber itself is fairly inert, and these contacts don't really work because it's not covalently bonded. So the technology we have developed is this. So you get no cracking, and then and it's highly miniaturizable and mechanically incredibly robust. And this is basically some of the tests that we have been doing with children. Will it work? Yeah, they're basically playing the game using our device. And then, yeah, instead of pushing, they can pull this. And so we're working with children with cerebral palsy. They usually have a dominant side, and then and they're lacking abilities and strength on one side. But if you start rehabilitation at a very early age, then they can recover some of the abilities, essentially, the skills on the weak hand. So, and you need exercises that require both hands. So we try to design a device that forces them to use both hands to play the game, essentially. And here they're stretching. Also, we're working on devices that force you to twist, and so on and so forth. How am I doing time-wise? Okay, almost done. Okay, these are my funders. And then I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. This is a really big pleasure. I didn't even know that this thing existed, and great honor to be here. And I would also like to thank Ken, I don't think he's here, for inviting me. And this is my lab. They do all the hard work. And that's it. Oh, I do have one little thing, which I realize is that this chicken and egg thing, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you just want to have fun and then create new technologies. I think that's what it really boils down to. So, and people that want to create new technologies, they do it anyway. Well, okay. Thank you very much.
A wonderful counter from food safety through to rehabilitation. So thank you for that. Has anyone got any couple of quick questions for Firat just before we move on to our last session before lunch?
I'll be here anyway. So.
Okay. Well, if anyone wants to catch up with Firat over lunch, please do. Thank you, Firat. Cheers. We're in the closing minutes before lunchtime, but we have saved, I'm going to say the best for last. I've got to say that, he's my boss. But our keynote for today is to be given by our Provost, Professor Ian Walmsley, dynamically striding down the stairs here. Ian, we've got you on a traditional microphone rather than wired in, I'm afraid. Okay. Are you comfortable with that?
I absolutely. You know, if Dua Lipa can do it, I can do it.
Excellent.
Well, thank you, Tim, and thanks for the invitation to come and join you today at the Technicians Conference. It's a great privilege to be able to see you all here. Here, I believe, online, around the world, wherever you are. So I last joined this conference in 2020 when it was entirely online, a very different sort of experience than you are having today. But now firmly embedded in the hybrid world, I think that's a step forward in learning. And it's great to see you all here. Out of 650 technical staff across the college in all areas, whether that's in the faculties or in the support teams in the States and ICT. It's a really very significant number of people. And the contributions that you make to Imperial's success are really quite crucial, I would say. And perhaps this festival is a way to help recognize and really surface for us, for our colleagues, and for each other exactly the nature and scope of the impact that you have on our research and education mission. So you, of course, are a very broad and diverse group in what you do, and it's very clear from whether you're making special bits, whether you're dealing with ICT, whether you're making buildings still function, whether you are operating very specialist equipment. All of these sorts of things are absolutely vital to what we do here, and I'm really grateful that you are engaged in doing so, because without your work, we would not be able to do what we do as an institution. And recognizing the centrality of the sorts of things you do was, I think, the motivating factor for Imperial to sign up to the technician commitment in 2017. As you know, that's an initiative across multiple universities, across the whole higher education sector, to really help raise the visibility, to provide the support, to provide career progression and developmental activities that enable you to succeed and thrive in what you do and what you wish to do in the future. And we'll continue to reaffirm that commitment and our engagement with the activities that pledge entails. There will be, I understand, a new action plan being developed in the fall, and Tim will know the details of that. But I very much encourage you to take part in the consultations around that to really help define what it is that you think would help build your own careers and really help drive the institution forward. You'll be aware perhaps that we have launched a new strategy, and that's a strategy for the entire institution, not just academic staff or administrators, bosses, as Tim was saying earlier, but really for everybody, for you, for students, for all members and partners of the college. And there are a couple of themes in there that really, I think, pick out areas where your contributions are going to be quite crucial. You'll have seen that we have a big emphasis on interdisciplinarity at scale. And clearly the sorts of skills and activities that you do are often already transcending disciplines, that you're bringing particular expertise that can be applicable to a wide range of sorts of questions, problems, and activities. And that, I think, is a place for you to continue to be involved. So we are launching schools of convergent science that really are trying to think about ways in which we can tackle the big questions, whether those are in discovery or in application, addressing some of the big challenges in the world, and bringing sort of new thinking and new perspectives in ways that we might do that. And again, the tools and expertise and skills that you bring to that, I think, will be crucial in making those sorts of things a success. One of the other elements of the strategy is developing talent. And that always sounds a bit sort of Hollywood in some way, doesn't it? But what it really means for us, I think, is how do we provide the training, the career pathways, the developmental opportunities that everybody in the college can take advantage of to really achieve and deliver their best. And that goes not just for early career researchers, but for professional staff, administrative staff, everybody within the university environment, within Imperial's community. And so there are elements of that I hope will be very relevant to what you are trying to achieve and what you aspire to. The there are themes within the schools around sustainability, around human and artificial intelligence, around health, and around resilience, security, and such themes. The overall sustainability agenda for Imperial, though, is quite broad. It's not simply about research and education. It's also about how we, as a community, are contributing to making the planet a more sustainable place. And that, as you will well recognize, starts at home. And I know that you are already contributing in very significant ways to that. And one example being the LEAF program, to help us reduce the consumption of energy within our laboratories by identifying inefficient equipment and being able to figure out how we can replace it to reduce our own carbon footprint. And of course, some of you may well be engaged in actually upgrading the heating plants and the buildings to help them become more sustainable too. So again, just to note that I think everybody working at Imperial has a role to play in enabling us to achieve our collective vision for the future. And I hope that you see some of your own roles and places within that broad strategy. And I understand that there will be a celebration this afternoon, I understand, for those of you who have won some awards within the technical staff, for technical staff achievement. Last week we had an award ceremony for college-level awards in a variety of categories, including Excellent President's Awards for Excellence in various areas. And I was very impressed to see already within those awards a large number of technical staff who were recognized. And I think that was a very uplifting event. I thought it had a really good buzz to it and showed exactly the value of being able to note what people's achievements have been and their contributions to Imperial's success. So good luck this afternoon, and congratulations to those of you who are award winners. I don't know if they're announced yet, are they? But
so we're celebrating achievements people have done over the year rather than a specific...
Oh, okay. Apologies then. Well, have a good party. That's really the important thing, isn't it? Celebrate achievements overall. So that's great. I think that's broadly all I would like to say, but it's great to have this opportunity to join you and to just hear a bit more about the sorts of things that you are doing. And I hope that you find this week-long festival as fruitful and as exciting as it looks on paper. No doubt it is, Tim. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ian. That leads us very, very neatly and comfortably to lunch, and with a bonus 15 minutes for networking and meeting up with people that you might not get the opportunity to do if we didn't do events like this. So thank you for your time this morning. We are back in here at 2:30 for our afternoon session, which is focused around career development, feeding on from Ian's comments about the strategy. So thank you, everyone.
Hello? Yeah, just checking it's working. Welcome back after lunch, everybody. That was a lovely lunch. Start the afternoon session, so welcome back, everybody. So the first session that we're going to run this afternoon is about career development. I'll just say just a couple of words about my career development. So I'm Sharon Stubbs, I'm the head of infrastructure for Faculty of Medicine, but I started as a technician back in 2000. So I had a research career for 10 years in the lab, doing a PhD, and then I moved on to lab management. And so I've done the lab management pathway to senior lab manager and now work for Faculty Centre in medicine. So that's just very briefly about me. But obviously there's challenges with career development for the technicians. And we've got a few people that are going to describe their pathways and also how to navigate some of the challenges that we have. So I'd like to introduce Joel Abrahams, who's going to introduce himself as part of his career story.
Thank you. I've got a mic. I think I'm mic'd up. Yeah, we're okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Seem to have thinned out a little bit, so tell those who've left. Oh, is that all right with the sound? Get a lot of feedback. Okay. So yeah, just tell everybody who's left they're missing the best part of the afternoon. So, hi, my name is Joel Abrahams. How do I start this thing? Oh my God. Next one. That's me. I am the biological research manager in the Department of Surgery and Cancer. You may not have heard of my title. It's a title which I actually created myself due to circumstances which I felt needed that sort of title. Biological research manager is basically self-explanatory. I manage the research in biology, but that involves in vivo work, so a lot of animal experimentation, which is my forte. Along with that, I am an expert in cancer imaging using PET and MRI. So I know you just had lunch, so you're kind of a bit relaxed and happy to go to sleep, but let's just try and wake you up with a little cutie thing. So these are my two dogs. For anyone who's a Donny Osmond fan, this is called Puppy Love. They are really in love. It doesn't get any more pornographic than that, I'm afraid. We're just good friends. This is not fake AI, by the way. This is true love. Okay, so thank you for indulging me a second. How do I turn that back? I think whoever. So, I don't have any slides. I don't have any graphs, data to show you. I just have me. So this is all about my personal journey throughout my career. It was a bit cathartic doing this because I found out that I'm now in my 5th decade of being in employment. So hopefully in 5 or 6 years' time I will be retired. Okay, so that's where I am, but a little bit about me before I tell you my career pathway. I was born in 1966, so you can all do the math on that. I was born in Hackney, in a very deprived area of London, as it was then. It's now a very affluent area. So how did I get to where I am today, speaking to you? So it goes back a long way, some 50 years. At the age of 7, I was bought a junior microscope kit. And I was fascinated with anything that lived. Flora, fauna, I love it. And I was fascinated with the fact that you could get slides and there were things on there that you could see, not with the naked eye, but under a microscope. Typical ones, blood cells, plant cells. And the one that really got me hooked on science was a thing called Volvox. And Volvox is an algae which is made up of many cells, and it turns, it rotates, it moves. So when you put it under a microscope on a microscope slide, all I saw was this little green object floating across the screen. I just thought that was fascinating. So I was going into science for a career. In 1975, there was a film that came out called Jaws. Some of you may have seen it, some of you may have heard of it, about a killer shark. And after that, my world changed. I was fascinated by sharks. I love sharks. And so I decided to be a marine biologist. Now, I also qualified as a diver, which is something I recommend as well. So at school, things didn't really go too well for me. I was a bit of the clown of the class, always knew better than everybody else. So when it came to my, what were O-levels, now GCSEs, I didn't do too well. Didn't tell my parents either, which was quite good. But I had to go on to college just to bump up my grades. But I didn't really like college, and all I could see was other people earning money, and I thought, I want to earn some money. So in 1983, I started up my own business. And it was a service industry business. I worked in the service industry. And over the course of 15 years of that employment, I had a company which was a turnover of about £200,000. So in those days, that wasn't to be sniffed at. But I was bored. I had a company, it was very busy, fairly profitable, I had lots of people working for me, but I was bored. And I wasn't doing the thing that I really wanted to do. So, with the blessing of my fiancée, his now wife, I went back to college. It started in 1994. I did biology, physics, chemistry and maths, and I ended up getting very good marks in those. I got 2 A's and 2 B's. Now, I wanted to be a marine biologist, and at the time, marks and A-levels were going up quite exponentially. So for me, that wasn't good enough to get me into the university I wanted to go to. Plus, most of the universities that did marine biology were on the coast, in Portsmouth, in Bangor, far away from London, and my wife really didn't want to leave London, which is fair enough. So you make the sacrifice. That's love. So, marine biologist, didn't get to do it. Funny enough, and in fact, the criteria were 3 A's and a B, and I got 2 A's and 2 B's. So I missed out slightly, but I wasn't happy. And the fact is that majority of marine biologists, 99% of marine biologists, end up going into merchant banking. So I'm kind of glad I didn't follow that. So I went to University of Westminster as a mature student. I did that, and I'm glad I did it, because I really wasn't ready for university at the normal 18, 19 years of age. So I got a lot out of it. I didn't have the whole experience. I didn't go out on the lash every night. I didn't do what students do. I went home and carried on working. So I actually continued my business up till 1998, when I got my degree. It was a 2-1. Sorry, I beg your pardon. So my son got 2-1 today. It was a 2-2, actually, so he beat me. But I was the first person in my extended family to ever get a degree. So at University of Westminster, I decided that I was going to take something that would lead me to that sort of water-based subjects. I love the oceans, I love the sea, I love fish, I love all that sort of thing. So that was where my goal was. So I started off doing a degree in environmental science, funny enough, and I enjoyed that. But during the degree, we tended to do a lot of ecology. So we revalidated our degrees after consultation to be a degree in applied ecology. So that's my degree in applied ecology. One of my silly friends decided that I should go to be a teacher. Now, I love children. So I went and did a PGCE, which was, by any short stretch of the imagination, the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But it was very satisfying. I passed. But I didn't want to go into teaching because I like kids too much. And I found a lot of it was about disciplinariness, disciplining kids rather than teaching them. So I was fortunate enough to get somebody told me of a position going at Imperial College in 1999 as an animal technician in their biological, BSU, biological unit. So I went in there, I thought, well, what I'll do, I'll learn to do certain things, techniques with animals, and then I'll be useful to the researchers in the labs. And that actually turned out to be the case. The first job in the first group I had was with the MRC, and it was working in an area which was gene chromatin, but I was actually doing micro-injections, so taking blastocysts or oocytes and injecting into them either embryonic stem cells, mouse embryonic stem cells, or DNA into the oocytes, and then creating chimeric mice. a very hard and very difficult thing to do, but I managed to attain a level of standard which was acceptable, and I had that under my belt. However, I then moved on from the microinjections to working with a renal group working on xenotransplantation, in other words, transplanting foreign tissue onto other foreign tissue. I learnt various techniques there. In 2007, I went and worked for the Department of Immunology, and very excitingly enough, I was working, breeding and creating mice that were to be shipped out for the US Navy for testing for anthrax and the bubonic plague, two of those things which the Americans were really paranoid about at the time. That only lasted a year, various reasons, and I had to find something else, and I ended up in the Department of Surgery and Cancer as a research technician, an animal technician. And here I am. So I was fortunate enough to work in cancer imaging, and as luck had it, I was very good at it. So that's really my mainstay of what I do at the moment. So as I said, my job title is Biological Research Officer. It was a niche position which I found that I created myself when I found that there was an issue with, I don't know if anyone knows, but there was an infiltrator into the animal facility at Imperial College. It's perfectly credible news, and that they had written a report damning Imperial College's way of going about animal experimentation. Just around that time or before, I'd thought we need a position that will link up the researchers with the CBS, because it was very disjointed, and that came out in what was called the Brown Report, which was written after this infiltration, pointing out various facts that needed to be dealt with, communication, training, all the usual sorts of stuff. I won't go into it. You can read it. It's all online. So this is where I am. Now, that's a very good job. But for me, variety is the spice of life. And I like the fact of where I work is because every day brings me either a new challenge or something new to look at. And that's what I think is very exciting about working in research. It's always something new to look at. So I decided that I would fill my time with other things. So I enrolled as a mentor, mentoring either a mentee, somebody whose position, job title is subordinate to mine, or as a reverse mentee who will mentor somebody whose position is above mine. They both have their challenges, but both very satisfying, and I would highly recommend it to anybody in this room. Whether you're a technician, whether you're a research officer, whether you're a PI, mentoring seems to be a very, very good way of career pathway development. And more of my mentees have proved to be a positive outcome. So that's that. But also, I, many years ago, went and did a health and safety course called NEBOSH. Some of you may be aware of it. It's the National Examination Board of Occupational Safety and Health. It's a long course, it's a very intense course, but ultimately very satisfying. And I would highly recommend that any lab managers who haven't got NEBOSH really seek to obtain it, and that their seniors should allow them to do this. Because for me, it made the difference between knowing what was going on and not knowing what was going on, which is very important in a wet lab. Also, as part of my role, I've been joined up with the Technician Steering Group, and we have put on amazing festivals, but also we wanted to look at something which will affect you, is accreditation on scientific papers. I've been very fortunate. All the experiments I do, I've been included as a second author, and I feel that's important because you don't get paid very much here. Come on, let's face it. But accreditation and your name in writing, for me, was something that I wanted to achieve, prosperity. So I encourage you, if you are taking part, however small or large, in an experimentation, then you should be allowed to be a second author rather than just an acknowledgement. That's right on. So what I also did was a lot of training.
I trained myself in various different techniques, not necessarily scientific research, but things that happened around the college. And I thought the idea was for me to kind of become indispensable. Although nobody's indispensable, I wanted to become as indispensable as I could. So I trained on pressurized gases, centrifugation, radiation. I'm also a trainer for personal license holders once they have their personal license. And I also give advice to people writing their project licenses. As I said, I'm a part of the technical steering group, which I'm very proud of. And we've achieved so much in the couple of years that I've been here. One thing that was mentioned before, back with the outreach, was the community around us. And I've been very fortunate to be allowed to take on for work experience students from the Nuffield Institute. I'm not sure if anybody is aware of what the Nuffield Institute does, but for those who don't, in a brief sentence, it will take children or young adults from deprived areas, deprived backgrounds, and give them the opportunity to do work experience at somewhere like Imperial, something they may never attain. I'm a real champion of this, and I think that it's so important to encourage youngsters to go into science. And these guys are clever. They're not just put there because they put their name down. They're put there because they understand what they want in life. And it's quite fascinating, because most of them want to cure cancer, which is always on their personal statement. And we also, the first two students we had from Nuffield, I must say, was very inspiring, because one of the students went on to win Young Scientist of the Year. That's a very big accolade. And the other student, two of them, she went on to win the second prize. So that was quite enthralling and really made you feel like you were doing something that made a difference. So the Nuffield students has been my real guiding light to make sure that Imperial College does what it said it should do. I also do lab skills training on 3 or 4 times a year, where I teach nurses who are phlebotomists how to centrifuge blood. I know it sounds like they should know already, but you'll be surprised at how little they know about the jobs they do. So we try to train them up and ensure that they know what they're doing and why they're doing it. And finally, most recently, to do with this, I have become the lead in sustainability for the Department of Surgery and Cancer. I'm very proud to have been asked to do this, because it's kind of my bugbear. In fact, I've actually thought of something. We all work to SOPs, don't we? Standard operating procedures. But I really think SOP now should stand for Save Our Planet. So that's what I want to do, save the planet. There are obviously things that you can do yourselves at home, at work, but it's all a case of mental attitude. We're all in a habit of leaving light switches on or leaving things on because we're going to be back in 5 or 10 minutes. It's just a case of flicking a switch. It's really not that difficult. So I would like to see zero carbon. I don't think that we are going to achieve it that easily. It's going to take a lot of hard work. But I think everybody has to be on board with this. It's not just down to your technical staff. It's down to the researchers, I think I mentioned earlier. It's down to everyone to be on board, otherwise it doesn't work. So, I've told you about my personal career. So what I wanted to do was not really compare and contrast, because everyone's career is different. But I wanted to give a take-home from this. And I think one of the take-homes I would like to emphasise is that you should always try to gain perfection, but it's not always achievable. But there's no reason why you shouldn't try. To be disciplined, working in this environment is very important. A lot of us are unsupervised when we work. We're left to our own devices. So therefore, we must be disciplined. Otherwise, you won't go far. Once again, the ability to work unsupervised, very important, as we do that quite a lot in this industry. And never be beaten. Don't give up. That's what science is about, not giving up. In government, I found this working with the Home Office, they have 3 answers to everything. One is yes, one is no, and the other is maybe. Science, if it gets a no, will want to know why there's a no. And it's funny that Sir Patrick Vallance has now been, I won't say costed, but he's joined the government as a government advisor, which is very sensible, and hopefully that will make a difference. And once again, as I've shown you, try and learn as many techniques as possible, because that makes you more indispensable. And also variety is the spice of life. So you see here, although I've only had 2 jobs in my whole career, nearly 40 odd years, that's not the norm. People aren't in careers for life anymore. So please try and do something different, whether it be mentoring, also first aider, mental health first aider. I forgot to mention those 2 as well. Try it, see what you can do, and then that makes you a better product for employment. And also be approachable. We're technical staff here. That's the idea. We have the common sense. We know researchers don't have common sense. They rely on us for that. And therefore, we must be approachable. I think I've talked enough. Thank you very much for your attention. And as I said, please, please, please try to develop your career pathway and in different directions if need be. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joel. Do you have time for a couple of questions?
I've always time for a couple of questions.
Brilliant. Has anyone got any burning questions on Joel's pathway or things that stand out?
And if anyone knows that the dogs are Buddy and Dory. No. Sorry, yes, hello.
Thank you. Oh, my chair.
Oh, careful. Glad to see you're using one of those and not a single throwaway plastic.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. It was really great. I was just wondering, do you have any advice for when you're trying to advocate for yourself as a research technician when it comes to papers? Because obviously there's still sort of quite a few people in science that don't agree. I fully agree with what you're saying, that we should be included, but there's going to be people that don't agree with that. So how can we advocate for ourselves?
Yeah, okay, so firstly, I think it's just sheer laziness on the behalf of the person writing the paper. No disrespect to them. You have been an integral part of their experiment. They couldn't have done it without you. You've prepared this, you've done this, you've set up this, you've probably carried out work yourself. An acknowledgement is kind of a slap in the face. But it really should be up to the people themselves, the researchers themselves, to be saying, you've partaken in this, you're second author. And that's what we as a technician steering group are trying to emphasise. And there are good examples. I'm a good example. I have over 30 papers in mine as a second author. People have 20, maybe 10. Some have none. And I think that's the imbalance that needs to be addressed, which hopefully we can address. But really, it's just a simple thing of your PI saying, great job. Let's give you a second author as a recognition, because you don't get paid a lot, let's face it.
I think Alison wants to add something, but before we do that, I will just mention we created an e-learning module that was released last summer, and it's geared at technical staff, and it goes through in detail the kind of differences between acknowledgement and authorship to kind of hopefully empower people to know when their kind of contribution would fall into the authorship area. So there's quite a lot of information there that might be a good place to start. Alison, was that what you were going to? Perfect. Okay. If you log on to the technician's portal, you'll be able to find it at the top. There's a section, and there's a statement from Mary Ryan, because when we released it last summer, she was very supportive of technicians being acknowledged appropriately and named as authors where they've fulfilled an author's role. So that's available too.
Thank you. Any more questions?
No, good.
Thank you very much, Joel. I think you brought out a lot of things there that people do struggle with, like authorship. I was very lucky. I got on for quite big papers through me being a technician. But that was very unheard of at that point. And I do think that if we pass them links over for people, I think that would be really, really useful. So leading on from that, Something that Joel mentioned was mentoring, and I'm glad to present... Ailish, are you first? Sorry, there was a little bit of confusion. So Ailish is just going to speak for a few minutes about professional registration, and that's a tool that we can bring ourselves into thinking about our skills. So I'll hand over.
Hi everyone. So on your schedule you will have seen that Ben Jones was meant to be joining us from the Engineering Council. Unfortunately he had a family emergency today, so he's unable to be with us. But he has said that he's very happy to do a Teams call at a later date. So if there was anyone who is an engineering technician and wanted to find out a bit more about the role of the Engineering Council and about becoming professionally registered, can you email me? I'm Ailish Harikai, for those I haven't met, and we'll share our details with the slides afterwards, and we can arrange for that to happen. But just to give you a few bullet points that Ben Jones was going to cover, the Engineering Council is a UK regulatory body for the engineering profession. They have a number of roles, and he had some beautiful slides that he was going to take you through to kind of give you an overview of that. But one of the key roles is that they set professional standards for engineers in the UK, and their work mirrors very much the work of the Science Council, who have a similar role for scientists and the science standards. Engineers who wish to become professionally registered need to apply through one of 35 bodies which are licensed by the Engineering Council, and you're able to apply for awards which you might have heard of, such as Engineering Technician, Incorporated Engineer or Chartered Engineer, and they kind of mirror the Science Council awards, which are Science Technician, Registered Scientist and Chartered Scientists. These are awards that kind of are available to people to apply for at different stages in their career, and they're a way of demonstrating that you've kind of achieved a professional standard and that you have certain competencies. So they're really, really good kind of tasks to undertake. There are people in this room I know who've been through the Science Council programme and have achieved professional registration as a scientist. For engineers, we don't currently run a programme of support, but we're hoping to put something in place. So again, if that's something you're interested in, please do get in touch with me and we can look at how we can support you moving forward. If we have anyone here who is a science technician who is interested in professional registration, please come along tomorrow to the exhibition in the main entrance at South Ken. That's running from 11:30 to 1:30. The Science Council are coming, so you can have a chat to them about how you go about it. And we also have some funded places on a programme that the Science Council are running this year. It's called Application Sprint. So you go for a day on the 16th of July, and they take you through the process of writing a professional registration application. So that's available too. So do come along tomorrow. Let us know if you'd like to join a Teams call about the Engineering Council. And yeah, hope to hear from lots of you in relation to professional registration. And hopefully that's given Madiha time. 2 more minutes, okay. Any questions about professional registration that I can help with? I'm putting you on the spot. Yes. If you could email me, if you're free on the 16th of July and would like to go to Application Sprint, we've got some funded places available. It's at the Institute of Physics. It's a one-day course, and they'll take you kind of end-to-end through the process of completing an application. Joel. Hi. Across college, yeah. Yes, well, we usually run an annual programme for science technicians. Each year, about 10 technicians do the programme. In recent years, not everyone's been applying. In the past, everyone would apply and become registered. It's become a little bit more difficult because it's a fully written process now. But every year we're getting, between 5 and 10 technicians. So, and the course has been running for a few years. So I would imagine we're getting close to 100 probably since we've been doing this. And engineering technicians are becoming, are kind of, engineers are going through the process as well. But they tend to do it independently because we don't have a programme currently. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready? Okay.
I'll pass over to Mediha. Oh, to Sharon. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a very quick introduction. So I had the pleasure of hearing Maria speak last week at another session, which I'm sure you're going to find this really interesting. But like I was about to say before, Joel mentioned mentoring, and I do think that a big part of technical role is either formal, informal mentoring, passing on our knowledge, and also she'll give you some advice on career pathways. So I'm going to pass over now.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mediha and delighted to be here today. So this is what we call the graveyard shift. So my job will be to make sure you are awake for the next 30 minutes or so. And we were trying to figure out how to work the technology. I hope it's working. Yeah, should be all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bit of exercise with you to figure out where you are in your career development. This went on before it was supposed to, but that's okay, don't worry about it. And then also what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a bit about people and organizational development. So where I'm coming from, I don't claim to be a scientist, although technically I am a social scientist, but I don't claim to have the amazing qualifications that you do have, the intense scientific expertise you have. What I do have is people skills. And when we work in universities, we work with people, right? We work with managers, we work with team members, we work with supervisors, sometimes even students. And that requires a different set of skills. So my job is to bring the people side to this conference and this session today. And, you know, there are keen beans in the room who have already done the Mentimeter, you know, full marks to you. If you have your smartphones with you, could I please ask you to take them out? Let's do a bit of reflection and figure out where you are right now. So everybody in the room, could I please request you to open your smartphones, enter the code that you can see at the top. All of these responses are anonymous. These will help us to start thinking about where do people skills marry up with technical skills. How many people in the room today? I know. So, how many responses so far? Let's see. About 23 responses. Quite a lot of people have been here for more than 5 years. Amazing. Right. Next question. Are you a manager? Or is it complicated? Do you have dotted line management responsibilities? Ooh, it's complicated. That intrigues me. Right, quite a few people in the room, they do not have line management responsibilities, as you can see on the screen. But at the same time, there are some people who do have management responsibilities. Hence, this means you are responsible to develop your teams, not only in the technical side, but also in terms of the softer skills. You mentioned NEBOSH, so you know I'm intrigued because NEBOSH is coming up as well in my slides. Right, next question. Very important. How much sleep did you get last night? Whoa. Who are those 3 lucky people, more than 8 hours? Right, okay, so we can see on average, in terms of our own health and well-being, this is pretty, and this is important, I'll come back to that later. There's a reason I asked this question. Are we ready for the next question then? How would you rate these statements? On most days, what is your relationship with your workload? Do you take it with you everywhere you go? Or do you have reasonable boundaries? Or you're cool, you're easy? as we will head into the questions, you will see they will start to become more reflective and more, well, difficult. But there's a reason for that. Right. Really nice to see that quite a lot of people in the room, they do have reasonable boundaries between work and life outside of work. But of course, this is not to say that we have good days all the time. There are days when the job is intense, we've got to meet deadlines, and sometimes the balance can tip over. Okie doke. What do you enjoy most at work? What is the most enjoyable aspect of your work? I think you can enter maybe 3 responses. 2. Enter 2, enter 1, whatever you think. Think carefully about what you really, what makes you come to work every day. The challenges, the variety, the community, the people, the lab work, getting things done, problem solving, experimenting, new projects, entertaining? What would that look like? Lovely. Really nice. So as you can see, pretty much what's really standing out right now is this beauty of the fact that at the end of the day, something that really brings us together as that we love to work with our colleagues, with the people we come to work for every day. And from within those people, well, not those people, sorry, that's another question. Out of these 4 things, which one do you find the hardest? Prioritizing tasks and projects, or planning, or communicating, or celebrating success. John, going back to your point, it's no surprise at all that the last bit is the one that is the hardest for majority of us. This could be authorship. This could be standing out in a crowd, telling everyone about the things we have done. This could look anything at all, you know, the last one. Reflecting, rejoicing, and celebrating success. Right. Thinking back to the last question, think of the networks you have at work. Do you think you have someone who will give you feedback on your work? Amazing to see that almost 30 people, they do have someone who will give them feedback. The 2 people who think they don't have someone, they have serious thinking to do how to use their connections effectively and in a meaningful way so that they can get feedback on their work. How about this question? Do you have someone at work who will give you a reality check? Who will ask you the tough questions? Who will look you in the eye and tell you the truth? Yes, you do. Right, now the responses are getting more interesting now, and the people who are related to stats will see the trends developing here. This is getting interesting now. Quite a few people either don't have somebody who will ask them the tough questions or they're not sure. And why might that be important? Somebody to ask us tough questions and to give us reality checks. Please. To make sure we are going in the right direction. Exactly. Yeah. To sense check. Yeah, totally. Do you have someone who will boost your morale when you're really down? You had a fight at home with somebody maybe? Not sure. Ooh, okay. really nice to see that quite a lot of people do have those powerful connections at work that go beyond your day-to-day jobs in the labs, and they've got people who will give them a boost and who will clap for them when they're feeling down or when they need some support at work. And there are reasons I'm asking these questions. If you could change or improve one thing about your work life, what that would look like. Better pay, sleeping pods, yes, please. Yeah, to be more valued. More money. Communication, collaboration, appreciation. Yeah. Acknowledgement. Less students, right. Good. What this tells you really is that regardless of the nature of job you have, it goes back to the fact you work with people. You work with teams, you work with supervisors, managers, students, colleagues, and you would like to feel more valued, to have better collaboration, better communication with them. And this is where we come in, people and organizational development, to help you with those skills, to foster better connections with people. Another question for you to think about. In the last 12 months, have you participated in any of these activities to develop your career? So a mixture of in-house training, external training, e-learning is really popular as well. Studying for a qualification. And then there are some people who have not, maybe they don't need to, or maybe they are at that stage of their career where it is not required. There could be so many different reasons. Okie doke. What if any reason, if any at all, that's a big if, preventing you from developing within your career? Yep. Yep. A lot of the responses around workload. If there are managers in the room today, considering what that might look like, how would you support your staff members or your direct reports' development as well, thinking really carefully about that. But also what's important is not sure what is available. And that's, again, where we come in as people and organizational development. And we are sort of coming towards the end of the Mentee, but really I just wanted to ask last few questions to gauge a bit about what areas of professional development interest you most. This is now not technical expertise, the scientific expertise. This is more about the people skill, the work skills that you need at your work. What do you think would be most relevant to you? People management. People are complex, right? Organizations are complex. Human dynamics are really complex. And I think the more Imperial can support managers around people management, the better teams there will be. Definitely. Okay. Have you heard about us? Well, go on then. Maybe you have heard but still not engaged. Lovely. So for the 15 people who have engaged with POD, Ailish has a prize for them. I'm joking, no prize. For the 11 and the 8 people who have either not heard about POD or who have heard but not really had the opportunity to engage with it, I'm here today to talk about that. Last question, there is only one right answer, big clue. Go on, please. Righty-ho, right. This is where I hope that technology will not fail me. Thank you very much for doing that, Menti. The reason to ask those questions is to help us start thinking. There is this bucket of technical skills, and then there is this bucket of people skills, and then there is this bucket of work skills, project management, time management. They all have to come together somehow in order to help you in your careers, in your time here at Imperial. And this is where we come in as people and organizational development. Right. Oh, technology worked. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour of what we offer. We have done this. So who we are really, we are people and organizational development, a central service, a central function. We work in 3 ways. The first is through the organizational development consultancy, which means that we work a lot within the Imperial strategy, the processes, the design, and the change management. For example, the change coming up about professional services move from one campus to another campus. Then we work through the pod center, which is pretty much what I'll be focusing on today. It is about the professional development across the employee life cycle, no matter what job family you are from. It is about the learning needs we provide, because sometimes people would come to us and they say, we don't know what we don't know. And we help them figure out what is it that they need to excel in their job, and then we provide them with a tailored intervention. A lot of that happens through skills development and micro-coaching sessions, and also we have the career development toolkit as well. And finally, we work through HR business partners. We work across faculties, different directorates, and really enabling strategic interventions. Just to give you an idea, what that looks like is, for example, we do a lot of Imperial-wide people and culture initiatives. For example, the Values and Behaviors Framework. For example, annual review conversations. For example, the Coaching Academy. What I'm going to really focus on is very quickly, just before that, last year alone, and I'm not talking about 23-24 because we are still in the final term. Last year alone, we delivered 753 development and training events, which were attended by 27,000, nearly 27,500 people. Well, one person could be attending 7 different events, but these numbers was booked in terms of the numbers. So what I mean by that is that the pod center specifically focuses on these 6 work streams, and I'll quickly talk about those to you, and maybe something will make sense to you, something will be relatable to your role. I'll talk to you about professional effectiveness, which is development across the employee life cycle. I'll talk to you about management development for line managers in the room today, about what do we have for line managers. I'll tell you a bit about what we have with regards to well-being at work. Then I'll talk to you about the micro-development sessions, which is the dedicated 20-minute development available for you. I'll talk about the Imperial Insights, which is the welcome event for new starters. I'll tell you about Imperial Essentials, which are 6 compliance topics, and that is where NEBOSH comes in as well. I will quickly point out the annual review conversations, which is another really effective tool to start having a think about your own career. The Coaching and Mentoring Academy, the HODS leadership program, and finally, the values and behaviors. So when I will be finished by these, and trust me, I'm not going to go into detail, I will keep it as relevant for you as possible. By the end of next 10 or 12 minutes, probably the hope is that you would have identified something that might be useful to you in your role. So please stay with me and just let's quickly go through these. The first thing is professional effectiveness, which is for all Imperial staff across all job families. And remember that, Menti, when some people were saying that we really struggle to rejoice and celebrate successes, this is where we talk about managing your own successes, how to have effective conversations, how to influence and negotiate. I think you were mentioning, John, about the co-authorship. So I'm involved in some projects, and I needed to have a conversation with the main PI about me being a co-author, and that took some influencing and negotiation, a 2-way conversation. But that was a classic example of where people skills are really useful. What's new? Fundamentals of project management, something that you might find useful, particularly if you struggle with deadlines as well. Managing your workload. Look at the second last one, being your most effective self in the workplace. Something for you to think about. I'll move on. The second thing is the management development for all line managers across the college. This is a newly developed, well, I say newly, it was developed a year ago. It's a 4-tier support, 4-tier development for managers. It starts from induction, goes all the way through how to be a highly effective manager, how to build high-performing teams, how to resolve conflict, how to have good skills. And finally, it finishes off with specialist support for managers and supervisors. Because at the end of the day, we all work with people, we all work with teams, right? I don't think we need this here today. I'll move on to the well-being, the pod workplace well-being offer. Like we all saw, and a classic example is the amount of sleep we get and how that is related to our productivity and what support we provide around that. So I would like to encourage you to think about your own well-being, your team's well-being, well-being for academics, and dealing with stress and burnout. And this well-being offer has come through the mental health and well-being strategy, which aims to create an inclusive, respectful, and compassionate environment that supports both our students and staff in their work and study. Pod micro-development sessions, really, really popular. This is your 20-minute, confidential, dedicated, one-to-one opportunity to have a conversation with one of our trained advisors. There's one for managers, then there's one for non-managers as well. You could choose which one you really wanted to have a kind of a go at, really, and just see how it turns out for you. Imperial Insights, the flagship event for new starters, really, really important event for us because we would want to ensure that any new staff member at Imperial, they feel welcomed and included in the community. Imperial Essentials, if you haven't received the emails in your inbox that you got to do this, you will be expecting them because these are the 6 mandatory compliance topics we all have to do. And as part of that, we also look after the health and safety portfolio. And I know, the only thing I know about that is NEBOSH is a really cool qualification to have. And I think when I heard you, I was like, yes, that's the one that should probably be at the top of the list here. I want to talk to you about the importance of the annual review conversations. The previously PRDP reviews have been now replaced by annual review conversations. This is your opportunity to have a discussion with your line manager, and it's focused on the topics and the actions that will help you to thrive at work. We are in the new season now. If you haven't already, I encourage you to book a kind of a briefing session so that you can find out more about the process and how that might be most relevant to you. Coaching Academy, something again really helpful. I think you mentioned that the power and the value of coaching as well as mentoring actually. It's really, really powerful what this can do for you. People would like to share their experiences. Somebody who's really, really experienced, they would like to offer their networks even, their advice really, in helping you go from step A to step B, and that is a really powerful form, not only of career progression, but also in supporting your teams. I'm completing a qualification actually in coaching. I had my last session yesterday, and the way we have been able to solve complex human dynamics through a coaching conversation, it was amazing, absolutely amazing. So if you do get time to step away from your labs, I do encourage you to think about taking up coaching or mentoring, a really rewarding experience. For people who are heads of department, section heads or leaders, we have the Heads of Department Leadership Development Program. This might relate to you, this might not relate to you, but because it is part of our core offer, so I thought it's important to mention here today. And finally, we have the Imperial Values and Behaviors Framework, which is really, we put a lot of emphasis and energy into bringing this to life, particularly when it comes to giving feedback. It could be developmental feedback, it could be feedback to encourage somebody to take up another project, but really thinking about how do we bring values into that is also something that we offer. So what I've just done is I've gone through these 10 different aspects of what we offer, and I hope that something from these 10 will resonate with you. You will find it useful in your roles when stepping outside of labs as well. Sign up to our newsletter, but what I really want to ask you is, from what you have heard, from the mentee you have done, from what you have discovered about yourself, is there something that you think might be useful in your roles? And if it wasn't there, what would you like to see created? 2 loaded questions there. See what I did? I've thrown a lot of information at you. What I'm asking you now is, what might you find useful? Maybe a training on negotiation skills, maybe something around team working, maybe something around giving difficult feedback. What will be useful for you? Please.
I think personally for me it's about giving feedback, positive feedback. I'm a bit of a tell it as it is person. And although I like to be told it as it is, I'm sure not everybody does. So for me, it would kind of have to be how I hone those skills and get the most out of it.
And I think giving feedback is such a simple, easy, effective tool that so many of us can use to in its most meaningful way, and something we need training around that, yeah. Anybody else, please? Please, Sharon.
So one of the things we talk about quite a lot as technicians is the fact that we have quite a lot of differences in how we're managed sometimes. So a lot of research technicians are managed by academics and yet a part of the PTOL family. So that's something that I wonder if anybody's got views on, because it's always been a topic. I went from being managed by an academic to being managed by what you would call college leadership on the PTO scale. And it's very different experiences to what you get in the PRDP or the ARC as it is now. So I don't know if anybody would like to share any thoughts on that one. Yeah.
Well, I suppose it depends completely in which role you are. I mean, if you're really very much involved in research, I think it does make sense to be line managed by your research or PI. If you are more of a technician who's just kind of either teaching, more involved in teaching or more involved in something which is more departmental, then I think it probably makes more sense if you're line managed by someone who is more from that departmental area. It really depends a little bit of where you are. I personally have been managed by department, and then as soon as I could, I changed to the academic because I was so much more involved in the research that it did not make any sense whatsoever. And I had my PRDP at the times. Luckily, my line manager was good enough to kind of acknowledge, saying, I have no idea what you're doing. It does not make sense for me to have this PRDP on my own. So he invited the PI at the time to it. So I had, anyway, PRDPs with 2 people. And then later on, I switched to the academic, which makes more sense. But I think it really is something which is very individual and depends on in which role you're sitting.
Has anybody got any other questions?
Just before we pass on, I think just on that note, I wanted to mention whether you are managed by a PI or PTOL or academic, whatever the job family might be, it is people skills. It is about managing conflict. It is about building high-performing teams. It is about caring enough for the staff member that you're helping them to grow in their careers as well. And those skills will apply to any job family, regardless of where they come from. So thank you for that observation. Really important.
Thanks. So I think the thing that I would like to have more training in is the mentoring, because I do lots of that informally. People will stop and ask me questions, and I think technical staff, there is a time issue in terms of what time people have, and when they see you, it's really difficult sometimes to schedule time into everybody's busy experiments, especially if they're long time frames. You might be doing 12 hours a day getting your time points. So it's how do we engage with the mentoring, because I feel that people, ask really interesting questions. It gives me a really good insight into where they are in their career and makes me reflect on my career, but I don't do it formally. I don't go through the formal college process, so I think it would be beneficial to me to do that. But it's how to engage everybody in the best way so that you get the mentoring you need at the point you need it, and not just because you casually passed by me and went, okay, could I just ask you about something, which is what tends to happen now. So how do we formalise that?
And yeah, totally agree with that. Mentoring is one of the most rewarding experiences, being a mentor and a mentee as well. Thank you for that, sharing that, Alison. You're really nice. I think we're sort of heading towards the end of the conversation now. I'm happy to pass back on to Sharon. Before I do that, I wanted to apologize to people whom I was standing to next in line with at the lunch queue. I was actually in the middle of a meeting, so if I wasn't talking, I think it was you probably. So I just want to say sorry to you. I wasn't being rude. I was just in the middle of a meeting trying to really carefully hear what they were saying, because they were going to question me on that afterwards. So thank you so much for listening. I really hope that you will take the time to engage with people in organizational development. And as a first step, if you don't know what you don't know, just book a micro development session. We'll help you figure out what you need to know. Thank you for your time. Back to Sharon.
Thank you for that. That was a really insightful session. So we are now going to move on to the awards. Are we having a little break? Okay, so we're going to go on to the awards. So I'd like to ask Rack to come up.
Okay, while we get the slides back up, hello again. I'm Ailish Harrikai. I work in People and Organisational Development, and I'm recently back from maternity leave, so there are possibly people here who I don't know, and looking forward to working with you a lot more now I'm back. And the areas that I look after are apprenticeships and technical staff development. And I'm delighted to be joined by Rak Patel, Head of Maintenance in our property division, previously estates. And what the two of us are going to do is just lead a moment of reflection about some of the great things that our technical colleagues have been doing over the past year. I think I'll hand over to Rak first of all, who's going to talk to us about some of our long servers.
Afternoon, everybody. As you can see, the head of maintenance, and although my work is slightly referred to yourselves, more laboratory-orientated research, ours is more about the service provision, and that includes, you probably, encompass over the period of time ventilation, fume cupboard, air conditioning, etc. on that. And we do have a more planned activity and reactive. I mean, you probably saw on one of the college websites recently where an issue in a Scampton building. That's the nature of the building. That's what our task. It happens anything or anytime. Although that's not a planned event, and we don't really like unplanned event, but that's the sort of situation we have to deal with on occasions. So just like to, in terms of congratulating, all the technical staff, etc., work through that. and significant milestone in the service of the college in 2024. Although I don't know a lot of you personally, but I certainly, if I just speak for a moment about the maintenance, we go in, somewhere in the region of about 300 years, if you accumulate together. We got the guys up to 44 years. They took a journey from being a boy to the man, and some of them actually been successful in turning into the maintenance managers. Myself, I started from the floor level, so to speak, and worked all my way through the head of maintenance on that. And we have got a lot of new upcoming guys as well, so they're training up. Recently, we had two candidates. They actually transitioned from the mechanical technician to supervisor role, and our aspiration is to bring into the future managers on that. I won't read all the names here. You can self-explanatory on the board, but we'll just go into a number of years. So there's various categories. So the 10 years, celebrating 10 years of Imperial College. I've got the next slide. 20 years, and you can still see the number of people on there. I know from perspective of Dave Eaton, because he obviously worked for my team, so I have a bit more history of it. And he's one of the passionate guy. He started as a handyman, and he's actually doing some of the other works in more towards a mechanical and electrical sort of thing, safety sort of testing and things like that. Next slide. And 30 years, both in the life science, the Faculty of Medicine. And 40 years, again. There are a few maintenance ones. You see, Herbert Lewis, he actually started in 1983, followed by Courtney Richards and Taron. In 45 years, we got a few in there, not only the maintenance or property service, but surely from the Faculty of Medicine. So definitely beat us. We got a few years to go yet on that. I think that's in terms of that long services in that. But although I wasn't here for the duration of the session, but if there's anything specific you wish to ask about how we work in the maintenance or what challenges have, happy to answer if you've got any. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, Rack. And you're obviously doing something right in your division if people are staying for 40 years. It's a really good sign. So congratulations. I don't think anyone on the screen is with us in the room, but possibly they're watching on the live stream. They might be people you know. Do congratulate them if you see them on their long service. We also wanted just to take a minute to congratulate technical staff and managers who've received a staff recognition award this year in recognition of really exceptional work and achievements. And we're delighted we've got Sharon in the room with us, who was recognised individually for excellence in sustainability. And we've also got technical colleagues who were recognised as part of the team award for excellence in sustainability too. That was one of our themes this year. And I think technicians really are leading a lot of the work here, so it's great to see this recognition. And it's also great to see that technical staff are being recognised for excellence in animal research, health and safety as well. So that's really great. And every year, it's great to see technicians make sure that you're nominating, your colleagues and peers. And if you're managers, members of your team. And the final category was staff who were recognised by a nomination to the garden party. Again, in recognition of really special contributions to college over the last year or achievements. And I know we've got Javid, I think, with us. Well done, Javid. Congratulations. Javid, along with everyone on this list, actually was nominated because they had completed a professional qualification alongside a busy day job, which is no small thing. So very well done, and well done to the others who were recognised. And hope to see lots of other people in the room on the screen next year. And that's great. So before we close the day, we'd like to invite you to scan the QR code to give us some feedback. If you can't scan the one up here, it is dotted around on pages. It's always better to do it before you leave, because we find if people go, we never get any feedback because something else will take over. So if you could take a minute while we wrap up here to share your thoughts on the day, that would be great. Did that work? Good. Okay, good. The technology works. And while you're doing that, just a final plug. The festival doesn't end here. We've got our exhibition happening tomorrow in the main entrance. Do come along. I have touched very lightly on professional registration, but we've got the Science Council there tomorrow, the Royal Society of Chemistry, Heated, who provide lots of training for technical staff, are there. We've got colleagues from POD, the safety training team, equality, diversity and inclusion, student services and more. We've got a professional photographer coming, so if you would like a photo with your technical team, please come down. If you would like a photo of yourself, you're very welcome. We've got refreshments, freebies. It's well worth dropping in, and please tell your colleagues to do so as well. And a big thank you for joining us. It's been great to see lots of you in person. If you would like a CPD certificate, some of you might be a member of a professional body where you need to log your CPD. If you would like to do that and need a certificate, please contact myself or Nawida, and we can arrange that for you. And a big thank you to all our speakers for giving up time to be involved today. I think they need a round of applause. Well done, everyone. And also Nawida behind the scenes, I think she's outside somewhere. She's not in here, but she's been really fantastic in organising the day's event. So, you're there, yes, Nawida. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all very much. And if you could do your feedback before you go, that would be brilliant. Thanks very much.